Testing, testing, testing.
so I can just like, no, you're fine. I think I'll play loud enough where it's gonna like resound off of the mic, so you don't have to like hold it really close or whatever. Like right there is perfect or whatever.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 Owned Limousin and Limflex Female Show. This morning, we are going to start it off with Miss Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma, playing the national anthem. We're going to start off today's show with class number 1. These are December 1st and December 4th females. We have entry 162, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas, and entry 164, BDGT Josie, shown by Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. Once again, this is Class 1, December 1st through 4th, females. We would like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Randy Mullinex, who is a graduate of Black Hawk East and Kansas State University, where he was a member of national champion livestock judging teams. He has judged shows in 37 states, including national and junior national events for more than a dozen breeds. Randy owns and operates Purple Rain Cattle Company in Toulon, Illinois, where they run 175 mother cows, and 100% of their incomes comes from seed stock production. He was the 2002 American Hereford Association Herdsman of the Year and has bred numerous national and junior national champions. Purple Rain has been recognized 42 times as a premier breeder at national Hereford events. Please help me welcome our judge, Randy Mullinex.
Well, good morning. It's certainly my honor and privilege to be here in Amarillo and work with the Fine Young Association and all the young Limousin breeders. Certainly look forward to an exciting day with a bunch of good cattle. And if this heifer's any sign of what's to come, boy, we're going to have a lot of fun. Young man's got a heifer that's got a world of performance for her age. She's bold sprung, she's deep ribbed. She's plenty agile down at the ground. You know, if we're going to get picky on her, not just super lucid on that pastern, but I'm sure she hasn't seen the ring a whole lot yet. And just a really easy winner, just really a complete type of female. Look forward to seeing her back here. Certainly the second place heifer is very good in her own right. She gives up some performance, but still for a December heifer, this one's got plenty of growth to her. I will give her the advantage just in the way she's built in the base of her neck. I like the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder versus our class winner. But beyond that, she's just not as stout featured, not as wide base, just doesn't give you that overall aesthetic quality that our class winner possesses. Might like to strengthen her up in that loin bit when she goes. But boy, what a good project for that young lady going forward. Certainly a lot of assets to hang her hat on.
And your results for Class 1. First place goes to entry 162, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson. And second place goes to entry 161, BDGT Josie, shown by Alyssa Matthews. Next in the ring, we have class number 2. These are November 4th and 5th females. Entry 166, we have TV in Dana, shown by Trax Vermilion of Kincaid, Kansas. And entry 167, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. Once again, this is Class 2 in the ring.
Really a nice pair of November heifers as we sort your second class here. Young lady's got a relatively easy class winner just in terms of her basic build. I like this one a great deal. Good headed. I like the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. She always has this heifer stuck to the nines, you know, really square hip, really uniform in terms of that body depth. You know, not overwhelming in terms of just power and dimension, but she fits very well. She's very complete, very attractive type female. The young man's calf in second. Certainly appreciate the advantage in pounds and performance. He's out here doing a really good job. Probably hadn't seen a lot of shows yet, but he's got a bright future. You got to appreciate the muscle in this heifer. Just a world at top and big old hip in her. Sets wide at her pins. Unfortunately, compared to the class winner, she just doesn't put it together in quite as complete of a package. You know, you appreciate it on paper for her calving and her birth weight numbers, but beyond that, she just doesn't have that added look and levelness and attractiveness our class winner has. But a good project for the young man to build around.
And your results for Class 2. First place goes to entry 167, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nicole Keaton. Second place goes to entry 166, TV in Dana, shown by Trax Vermillion. Now we will have our selection of Division I champion, reserve champion, and third overall. From Class 1, we have entry 162, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson. From Class 2, we have entry 167, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nicole Keaton. Second in each class, from Class 1, we have entry 164, BD Josie, shown by Alyssa Matthews. And from Class 2, we have entry 166, TV in Dana, shown by Trax Vermillion. Once again, this is your Division I champion, reserve, and third overall.
As we get out here to select your first division champion, I think it comes down to our two class winners. Good, my accolades to our second places back there just don't have the added look and balance that these two class winners possess. When you get out here and break down these two class winners, they are somewhat differing type. They're certainly at a different place in terms of their maturity. The December heifer, just powerful, big rib, bold sprung, deep sided, as much shape and dimension as anything out here, and still does so on a relatively flexible base. She's getting as out there as I want a December heifer in terms of maturity pattern. I mean, that's a massive, heavy weighing heifer, and I really prefer the juvenile look. If I'm going to pick maturity pattern, the heifer that comes out of the second class, I know she's smaller, but I think she's a little more juvenile, a little fresher in her appearance. But, that's not everything. I would like to change her right behind her shoulder compared to the first class winner. She could be opened up through that heart and forerib just a little bit more. And she's certainly not as long and true and level from hooks to pins as is our first class winner. But I do think it's close. I think she is a touch sounder. I think she's more laid back in her angle of shoulder. Not that added mass and power and dimension that our first class winner has, but still has a bright future. With that being said, I think it's very close. I think there's just enough more power and squareness and rib in our first class winner. We're going to stick with her for division champion. We're going to come back with the greener heifer for reserve.
And your Division I Limousin champion is entry 162, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And your Division I reserve is entry 167, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And third overall is entry 164, BD Josie, shown by Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. Next in the ring, we have Class 3. Class 3 is October 2nd through October 27th, females. First in, we have entry 168, LLKT Jacqueline, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Next, we have entry 169, TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry 170, TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Entry 172, Barry's June Carter, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 173, OAKC Jolene, shown by Brent Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And entry 175, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 3, October 2nd through 27th, females.
Another really nice class of full heifers, and I think a real logical place to start. At the stand, these two cattle have some similarities. They're the two easy doing, low maintenance cattle out here. But beyond that, you set them in motion, they really separate themselves. The young lady's heifer calf, beyond the fact she's just a touch bow legged as she goes away, this one's really complete. Super uniform in that body depth, good sweep to her rib. I prefer the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder versus the second place heifer. Biggest advantage when you set them in motion is the carriage of her top line. She carries that loin so much better, and you're going to see this a lot more when they come back as senior yearlings next year. I think that's what sorts her easy class winner. Young man's heifer here in second. Appreciate the cow look. Appreciate the doability in this one. She's tremendously long and level from hooks to pins. Compared to our class winner, maybe not as flexible, as reachy as she gets out off that front end. Certainly would like to just clean her up about her head, just a touch cresty necked. But boy, that's a tremendous, tremendous brood cow prospect with a lot of quality, young man. It's a tough decision between 3 and 4. Certainly a performance deficit in this heifer that comes in 3. She makes up for it on paper as you read. She's one of the high growth cattle in the class, at least on paper, even though she's not showing it right now here today. But as you study her length and her dimensions come this time next year, I do think she's going to be one of the bigger females out here. I like her attractiveness through her front end. I prefer her chest floor and her structure over the heifer that comes in right behind her. Young man that comes out next doing an awesome job showing this heifer. I love the length of body. I love the performance in this female. I guess to me she gets a little straighter in terms of that structure. We'd like to lay her back in that angle of shoulder, maybe open her up through that chest floor just a touch. But boy, she's a good looking female with a lot of length and a lot of quality. Again, just like to change up that structure a bit. And as we round out the class, you could go either way. I prefer the added look in this young man's heifer, an attractive fronted, smooth-shouldered female that's good in terms of her lines and certainly has an advantage in terms of soundness over the heifer that rounds out the class. Young lady number 169, this female is certainly one of the power heifers of the class. You read her down her top. She's big and square over that loin edge and widen her pins. Unfortunately, she doesn't put it all together in quite as complete of a package. You'd like to level her up from hooks to pins and make her more attractive through that front end, but certainly one that has a lot of quality, a lot of volume, a lot of dimension.
In your results for Class 3, first place goes to entry 170 TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 175 LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 168 LLKT Jacqueline, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 172 Barry's June Carter, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fifth place goes to entry 173 OAKC Jolene, shown by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And sixth place goes to entry 169 TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. If you're following in the program, the order was 361. Turn the page, 452. Now entering the ring, we have Class 4. Class 4 is September 5th through September 29th, Limousin females. We have entry 176, LLKT Juliana, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Entry 178, Auto KLS Jan, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Entry 181, TASF Just the Best, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Entry 183, Auto KLS Jana, shown by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Entry 185, AR Java, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. Entry 186, Auto KLS Juliet, shown by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 187, Auto KLS Jess, shown by Harper Simpson of Rochester, Indiana. And entry 188, BAIP Juliet, shown by Paige Bayer of Griswold, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 4, September 5th through September 29th, females. While you're watching the show today, make sure you stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle tables to purchase your tickets. The Lemmy Boosters are supported by two fundraisers each year, the preferred seating area and the silent auction baskets. Funds are used to provide scholarships to juniors, grants to the state association, and a gift during opening ceremonies. Get your tickets now. Get your tickets today. Drawing will be held between our Limousin and Limflex show. So if you've bought tickets, you need to make sure you get your information on those and get them in the baskets of your choice. Drawings will be held between the two shows. Also, we have t-shirts for sale. All the t-shirts, the show shirts, the Ken Holloway shirts, the Now apparel, those shirts are $10 now. If you'll see Miss Wilder by the award table here at the entrance of the ring, or the end of the ring, show shirts, $10 are on sale. Get them while they last. South Dakota also has a gift for all the exhibitors in the hospitality area. They say they hope to see us all next year in Rapid City. Once again, exhibitors, stop by the hospitality area to receive your gift from our hosts next year in South Dakota.
A little more of a mixed bag out here in this group. You know, maybe not that one that just jumps out at you and says, I'm your handle, grab a hold of me. But with that being said, I think when you put the totals together and really get in here and evaluate these cattle from end to end, this is the heifer that you need to find. Doesn't jump out at you with bells and whistles, but she's the soundest. She's the most uniform in her body depth. She's the best in terms of her composition. She's just the most complete female in this class. And when it comes right down to it, to me, she becomes a relatively easy class winner. You have some decisions to make from there. The heifer in 2, you really appreciate the performance, both at the stand and on paper. I guess to me, she gets a little plainer headed, a little more opened up at the point of that shoulder, a little more concerning from just a potential calving ease standpoint on down the line, and a maintenance standpoint. When you view her from the side, you just like to strengthen her up behind that shoulder as well. But a very good female, high performance, square hip, young lady does a nice job getting her showed. Heifer that comes out next, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to flop this pair just on the way this one's built through her front end. She's more attractive about that head. Again, same type of problem, just a little bit more open shouldered, a little bit more rugged at the point of her shoulder. We'd like to strengthen her up right there in her top line, but a long, square-hipped female that's really good off that hind leg, really flexible, really sound. Young man's heifer that comes out here in 4, I wouldn't argue, she has enough virtues. You could sneak her up into that second hole just based on the way she's built about her head and into her shoulder and into her forerib. But beyond that, I think she just needs more in the seat of her pants. She needs a little more power, a little more dimension to go ahead and run with those ones up ahead of her, but one that's good in her basic build. And I think this time next year, she may sneak up on up the chain a little bit. The young lady's heifer that comes out next, again, one you have to appreciate for her durability and her rib and her pure power. I guess one that becomes a touch uncoordinated on the move. Again, we'd like to strengthen her up behind her shoulder and just make her a little more elegant in the way she's built through that front 1/3. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. Young man coming out next with a heifer that's just kind of green. She's hard to evaluate out in this group just because she's given up so much weight. But just in terms of basic build, she's one I like a great deal. She's long-bodied. She's attractive fronted. I really like her from a marbling standpoint. When you view her on paper, she's dominant within this class from that standpoint. But a female that just needs more power, more dimension, more skeletal width to go ahead and move up a bit. You have that in the heifer that comes next. Boy, a big, middled, soft-centered, easy-doing one. Again, just likes to get those hind wheels up underneath her a little bit and drop those pins when she goes. Maybe a little bit bulldoggy, a little bit pigeon-toed through that chest floor, if you will. But boy, that young man gives her all the stick he can. He does a great job all the time. Then the heifer that rounds out the class, no slouch in terms of performance, in terms of width and substance and bone. I guess to me, she gets a little weaker in terms of that loin, gets that old tail head up in the air a little bit. But most importantly, we'd like to change her in terms of structure, just loosen her up off of both ends of her skeleton. Good group of cattle, great group of kids.
And your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 181 TASF, Just the Best, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 183 Auto KLS Jana, shown by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Third place goes to entry 188 BAIP Juliet, shown by Paige Bear of Griswold, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 178 Auto KLS Jan, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 187 Auto KLS Jess, shown by Harper Simpson of Rochester, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry 176 LLKT Juliana, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 186 Auto KLS Juliet, shown by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. And eighth place goes to entry 185 AR Java, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. If you're following in the program for Class 4, the order 64128753. We now have in the ring our selection for Division 2, Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall. From Class 3, entry 170 TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Sage Hanrahan. From Class 4, entry 181 TASF Just the Best, shown by Carter Cornegie. Second places from Class 3, Entry 175, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson. And from Class 4, Entry 183, Auto KLS Jana, shown by Cora Burns. Once again, this is your Division II champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Another really nice group as we get out here to select your second division of fall heifers. And I think these two class winners are close. You know, they're differing in terms of kind, but both of them are really high quality, and both of them got here by virtue of their soundness and their completeness. With that being said, I think one heifer just has a little more rib, a little more look, a little more balance of the two. We're going to go ahead and stick with the heifer from Class 1 for your division champion. We're going to come back with this heifer for reserve. And the young man that was second in the first class is going to be your third overall. Great set of cattle.
Your Division II Limousin champion is entry 170, TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Your Division II Reserve champion is entry 181, TASF Just the Best, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And third overall was entry 175, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Lebanon, Texas. Next in, we have Class 5. Class 5 is July 3rd through July 26th Limousin females. We have entry 192, LLKT J-Lo, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Entry 193, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. And entry 174, TASF Jordan, shown by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. Once again, this is Class 5 in the ring. We would like to make sure we thank our generous sponsors. All the pictures from Legacy Livestock Imaging are free. All you have to do is go download them. Sponsors include Attack Limousine, KLS Farms, Red Rock Limousine, Edwards Land and Cattle, Davis Ranches, and Limousine 365. We also want to thank previous show sponsors. Our Prospect Steer Show sponsors were Cox Cattle Farms and Massey Cattle Company. For the Project Steer Show, again, Cox Cattle Farms and Massey Cattle Company. The Bred Known Purebred Bulls were Live Oak Cattle Company in memory of Ken Holloway. And Reserve Bull was sponsored by Callahan Brothers. Bred Known Limflex Bulls were sponsored by Coyote Hills Ranch and Tucker Wheeler.
really nice trio of females out here, not exactly cut from the same cloth, any one of the three of them, but when you put the totals together, I think the young lady up front needs to win this class, if nothing less, based on soundness alone. Of the three, she's probably the lightest muscled, but that's okay. You're talking about a 50% heritable trait in a breed that has a lot of muscle to offer, so that doesn't bother me. Yeah, in an ideal world, I would like to, stouten her up, maybe clean up that navel a bit. But boy, of the three out here, she's the most elegant, attractive, feminine female of the group. She lays in the best at the point of her shoulder. Really good in terms of that depth of rib. But most importantly, she's the soundest, squarest, and most flexible when you set her in motion. The heifer in two has some really good parts. This one's unique in terms of her freshness, big top, the stoutest, freshest, leanest one out here. I guess to me, when you set her in at the stand, she competes in this class. When you set her in motion, we'd like to change her a bit. Wants to drop those pins when she goes, not as coordinated off her hind wheel, and certainly would like to lay that angle back in her front end. But boy, that one's fresh and powerful, and certainly has a lot of assets to go home and add to that young lady's breeding program. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to flop 2 and 3, to be real honest. I like the added rib, the doability, the low maintenance in this young lady's heifer. I guess to me, she's not a whole lot, maybe a touch sounder, but still one you'd like to redesign underneath. Maybe just like to stretch that old head out and give her a little more attractive front end compared to those two that go out in front of her, but sure going to be a low maintenance brood cow for that young lady when she gets into production.
In your results for class number 5, first place goes to entry 192, LLKT J-Lo, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Second place goes to entry 194, TASF Jordan, shown by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. And third place goes to entry 193, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. In your program, the order was 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring, we have Class 6. Class 6 is June 2nd and 3rd females. We have entry 195, RGMA Jessie, shown by Jalen Anderson of Garner, Iowa. And entry 196, TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Kylie Gaston of Eastland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 6 in the ring. We would like to say another huge thank you to our breeders and corporate sponsors for making the show possible this week. If you are here and you have a sponsor banner hanging around the area, please feel free to take it home with you at the conclusion of the show today. If you are leaving before the show's over, see Jay Wilder and he will make arrangements for you. But once again, this show would not be possible with all of our sponsors. Thank you.
really a nice pair of June heifers out here. They're kind of a wash on paper, so we're left to do it all on foot here. And I think they sort themselves logically. The young lady's got the really nicely presented middle of the road heifer. She's bold sprung, she's deep rib. Her biggest advantage over the heifer in two is just her overall aesthetic look, and more importantly, the way she handles herself off both ends of her skeleton. You know, in an ideal world, they got this one plenty full. You know, when she came to the ring, it's kind of throwing off her the center of her back at times. You know, I think sometimes people, especially these summer and younger heifers, everybody wants them full when they go to the ring. She's teetering, you know, but still an easy class winner. Really sound, really flexible, really nice. The heifer in two, you certainly have to appreciate her performance advantage. She is certainly the pounds heavier heifer that is longer bodied. You set in behind her, she's ample in terms of shape. I guess compared to the class winner, she kind of opens up on that front end. We'd like to loosen her up on that rear hock and pastern when she goes. Maybe just see her a touch more attractive through that front end, but certainly a lot of performance, a lot of power, a lot of doability for this young lady to take home and make a cow out of.
And your results for Class 6. First place goes to entry 196 TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Kylie Gaston of Eastland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 195 RGMA Jessie, shown by Jalen Anderson of Garner, Iowa. The order in your program was 2-1. Class 7 now. Entering the ring, these females are May 2nd through May 25th females. We have entry 197 SEEE Jade, shown by Miranda Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Entry 198 DL Justine, shown by Emma Anderson of Hayes, Kansas. We have entry 199 TASF, Just as Classy, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 200 DL Julianne, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Entry 202 Ratliff Just Dandy, shown by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. Entry 203 BGRT June, shown by Boone Beckert of Allison, Texas. And entry 204 ELCX Journey, shown by Garrett Trevette of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Once again, this is Class 7 in the ring. Females born May 2nd through May 25th. Some more sponsors we need to thank from our previous shows the other day: the Cow Calf Show, DeMoss Show Cattle, Sanderson and Sons Farm and Ranch. Also the Limflex Cow Calf Show, Parkinson Cattle Company, and Sashery Farms. Our Purebred Female Bred and Owned Show, LFL in memory of Ken Holloway, Vorthman Limousin, Sloan Livestock, and Tucker Wheeler. Today's Limousin Female Show, Keaton Cattle Company, and Chubby's, along with Limflex Show, LFL, and Senate Cattle. We also would like to thank Jerry Henderson, Vermilion Ranch, Live Oak Cattle Company, and Sashery Farms once again for sponsoring our individual shows. You will have to bear with me today because we have a lot of people to thank. Of course, we all know that shows like this would not be made possible without our generous sponsors. We do appreciate those who have given their time and their resources to make the 2022 National Junior Limousine Show and Congress a success. We have a platinum sponsor, Wilder Family Limousine. Gold sponsors, ASCO Equipment, Beggart Limousine Ranch, Sashery Farms, Davis Ranches, Glendening J. Barjay, Jerry Henderson, KLS Farms, Lawrence Family Limousine, Magnus Landing Cattle, New Holland, P. Bar S Ranch, Pinnaker Limousine. Also, as I mentioned before, Limousine 365 is our photo sponsor. Showtimes has sponsored our banners, and R&R Marketing with our water bottles. Thank you again to these generous sponsors, and I have many more to thank as the show goes on.
Really nice class of May heifers out here, and not exactly all cut from the same cloth, but I think again when we put totals together, I think this young lady's heifer needs to find the top. She's a little bit of a handful to show out here today. She's wanting to get out of the ring, and that makes her front end not the easiest to put together. If we're going to get picky on her, we'd piece her together a little bit better right there behind her shoulder. Maybe suck just a touch of brisket out of her, but boy, that is one big bone, stout, good moving, big rib type of female that's just going to go out and make a tremendous brood cow. And she does so with plenty of aesthetic look. Look forward to seeing her back out here. You get to the other side of the coin, the young lady's heifer that's in too. She's definitely the greener condition one of the pair. I like the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. She's a little cleaner through that chest floor. But I guess to me, I'd like to lay her back in that angular shoulder just a touch on that front end. Tremendously good in terms of her lines, in terms of her balance, in terms of her squareness. Just like to make her a little more robust through that center body, a little bolder sprung, a little deeper rib, but certainly appreciate the look and the balance and the quality and soundness you find in this young lady's heifer. The next two coming in 3 and 4 to me are of somewhat similar kind. They're moderate females that are square and sound and complete. Just don't come at you with the added bells and whistles and look of the ones that go out in front of you, but an attractive fronted female. Young lady does an awesome job getting this heifer showed. Just needs a little more look, a little more balance. Also, she's not quite as coordinated off those hind two, as are the heifers that go out in front of her. Heifer that comes out next, just a tremendous brood cow prospect. She's moderate, but she's deep, she's square, she's sound enough, and just going to go out and make a nice kind of cow for this young lady. Compared to the ones that go out in front of her, we'd like to stretch that old neck out just a little bit and maybe peel a touch of brisket out of her. But boy, she does an awesome job and gets every inch she can out of this heifer. Good young showman. Heifer that comes out next, one of the power females of the class, certainly one of the pounds heavy, big rib, deep-sided ones that we've looked at within the class. However, today we'd just like to change her off those hind wheels. She's just not coordinated enough, just not sound enough in the way she handles those to go ahead and move any higher today. Young lady coming out next, really a long-bodied, attractive profiling female. We just like to drop her down in that flank, see her reach out with a little more agility off that front end when she goes. Then the heifer that rounds out the class. Again, a nice female in her own right. I like her soundness off her hind end. Just gets a little plainer, a little shorter, if you will, compared to a few of these others. But a tremendous cow prospect for the young man. Good class from top to bottom. A lot of cattle that are of different kinds, but certainly have a lot of usefulness for the young breeders.
And your results for class number 7. First place goes to entry 199, TASF, Justice Classy, shown by Kerr Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 198, D.L. Justine, shown by Emma Anderson of Hays, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 200, D.L. Julie Ann, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 197, SEEE Jade, shown by Miranda Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 203, BG June, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 202, Ratliff Just Dandy, shown by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. Seventh place goes to entry 204, ELCX Journey, shown by Garrett Trevette of Jonesboro, Tennessee. If you're following in the program, Class 7, the order was 4-2. Turn the page, 13657. This is now your selection of Division 3, champion, reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 5 was entry 192, LLKT JLo, shown by Nikki Keaton. From Class 6, entry 196, TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Kylie Gaston. And from Class 7, entry 199, TASF Justice Classy, shown by Claire Kessler. Your second place from Class 5 was entry 194, TASF Jordan, shown by Aubrey Shank. From Class 6, entry 195, RGMA Jesse, Jalen Anderson. And from Class 7, second place was entry 198, DL Justine, shown by Emma Anderson. Once again, this is your selection of Division 3, champion, reserve, and third overall.
Again, a really nice lineup as we get out here in your intermediate division in the purebred show. You know, I think we have cattle that are all sound enough, have enough look, and enough balance. It's the little things that's going to go ahead and sort them. The young lady coming out of Class 1, she got here by virtue of her soundness, absolutely. You know, she's without a doubt not the stoutest one. You know, of the 6 out here, she's probably the most average muscled, but she gives you a great look. I love the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. Really an elegant, feminine type of female that's so good in terms of her lines. Yeah, in an ideal world, we clean that navel up. We'd power her up just a touch. But this young lady's doing a great job getting her stuck, and she just gives you a really nice look from the side. The heifer that comes out of Class 2, you know, striking look, nicely presented female. She's got a good shape to her. She's fresh in terms of her condition. She's bold sprung. You know, maybe compared to the ones on either side of her, she's sound enough, but she's just not that super athletic, loose passer and square from hock to ground that the two on either side of her are. I guess more concerning to me today, at times on the stand, you know, she's full. You know, I'm not calling her bloated, but she's plenty full, and it just throws that top line off just a little bit, if you will. You know, we just like to knock down the physical fill on her a bit, and I think she'd be a little easier to appreciate in terms of the way she's carrying that top line. Then the heifer that comes out of the May class, she's the power heifer of the group, without a doubt. Big bone, big footed, really flexible, really agile. As we said within class, in an ideal world, I'd like to open her up right there in her heart girth and her forerib just a bit, clean up just a little bit of chest, but that's getting awful picky on a big-footed, stout, square, pretty good one. She's going to be your division champion. Congratulations, young lady.
And your Division III champion is entry 199 TASF, Just as Classy, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. And your Division III reserve champion is entry 198 DL Justine, shown by Emma Anderson of Hayes, Kansas. And third overall is entry 192 LLKT JLo, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have Class 8. Entry 206 is a scratch from Class 8. We have entry 207, COBN, Just Wait, shown by Allison Runnels of Hondo, Texas. We have entry 208, LLKT Jenny, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Entry 210, Boss Lake, Miss Molly, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Entry 211, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 212, TASF JoJo, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Entry 213, Schilling Jewel, shown by Eva Heinrichsen of Westmoreland, Kansas. Once again, this is Class 8. These are April 2nd through April 24th, Limousin females. Silver sponsors that we would like to thank for our shows this week: Attack Limousine, Buck Ridge Cattle, Capital Farm Credit, Coleman Limousine Ranch, Coyote Hills Ranch, Cross Creeks Farms Buyer, Casey and Wiley Fanta, Fraser Livestock, Hubbard Cattle Company, Hunt Limousine Ranch, J6 Farms, Brad Kleeman, Kubota, Lauber Cattle Company, Linhart Limousine, Live Oak Cattle Company, Logan Hills Limousine, London Landscapes Architecture and Planning, Fox Limousine, Massey Cattle Company, Minor Limousine, NRS, Nutrien Ag Solutions Incorporated, Parkinson Cattle Company, Peterson's L7 Bar Limousine, David Phillips, Red Rock Limousine, Sure Cattle, Shelby Skinner Cattle, Tom Smith, Texas Ranch Sales, Transova, Tub Mill Creek Farms, and Wolf Cattle. Once again, thank you to our silver sponsors.
Boy, what a really nice class. At first glance, this heifer that wins the class, at the stand, she wins. The longer she's out here, she's just getting more comfortable moving around the ring. When she first came in, she was a little bit wound, not just handling those pasterns ultra perfect, but the longer we leave her out here, the more flexible she gets. Young lady's really getting her stuck. I mean, this one at the stand reads so good down her top, so opened up through her heart and forerib, truly square from hooks to pins. I just love that silhouette she has from right here. Not the most elegant, stretchy necked one in the world, but it fits her body shape. Very good female to go ahead and win the class. Look forward to seeing her back. The heifer into really hairy, really nicely presented, a heifer that's really flexible and sound on the move. I guess to me, she gets those old wheels up under her just a little bit. Not exactly hammer-legged, if you will, but boy, she's square. She's uniform in her body depth, but just not that added natural shape and dimension and skeletal width and robust rib shape we find in our class winner. But surely nicely presented, nicely shown one. Good in terms of her look, just like the it's sound, but just like the redesign that hind leg, see her plant it with a little more authority. Young man's heifer that comes out next, I like this one's outline, really up-headed, maybe as good from her neck coming out of her shoulder as any in the class. She's flexible at the ground. I guess to me, she just doesn't piece together right in there behind her shoulder. Gets a little more concave there in her forerib, if you will. But boy, one from aesthetics, and in terms of look from the side, you like her a great deal. The young man does a great job. The heifer here in 4, really good cow prospect. I mean, moderate, easy doing, soft-centered, and she's plenty sound on the move, especially off that hind wheel. When she comes at you, she gets a touch pigeon-toed, if you will. I just like to see more heifer compared to the ones that go out in front of her, but a good female in her own right. Heifer next in line. Boy, this young lady's a good showman. One gives you a good look from the side. She's square hip. She's fresh in terms of her condition. She's ample in terms of her shape. I guess to me, she gets just too round-shouldered for me. I'd like to lay her back in that angle of shoulder, just too straight and rigid in the way she moves off that front end. But boy, a very, very good heifer that just ran into a buzzsaw of a good class. Then the young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class, sure appreciate the doability in this one. She's wide-based, she's stout-featured, she's thick-ended. Just doesn't come at you with the elegance and added attractiveness we see in a few ahead of her. But boy, this young lady's got a bright future. She's doing a great job showing this heifer.
In your results for Class 8, first place goes to entry 210, Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Second place goes to entry 213, Shilling Jewel, shown by Eva Heinrichsen of Westmoreland, Kansas. Third place goes to entry 211, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 208, LLKT Jenny, shown by Jacob Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 207, COBN Just Wait, shown by Allison Reynolds of Hondo, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 212, TASF JoJo, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. If you're following in the program, Class 8, the order was scratch, 5, 4, 1, 3, turn the page 6, 2. Now in the ring, we have class number 9. Class 9 has March 16th through 28th females. We have entry 214, Ratliff Just One, shown by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Entry 215, Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Ellie Rossler of Bargersville, Indiana. Entry 216, RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. Entry 217, SKLS 276J, shown by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Entry 218, SC Jasmine, shown by Sloan Moss of Lufkin, Texas. And entry 219, SL Just a Fantasy, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 9, March 16th through 28th females. Continuing with some of our thank yous, our bronze sponsors that we appreciate: Lene Austin, Biozyme, Boy Steel Cattle Company, Callahan Brothers, Jamie Campbell, John Crawford, Chubby's Packing, Council Family Limousine, Cox Cattle Company, DeMoss Show Cattle, Brady Edge, Nina Hanrahan, Hearst, Keaton Cattle Company, Kickin K Ranch, Bridget Riddell, Sandersons and Sons Farm and Ranch, Senate Cattle, Sloan Livestock, Kevin Smith from Arkansas, Sunco Shavings, Simmons Brothers, Thomas and Son Farms, Brett Thompson, Forthman Limousine, Tucker Wheeler, Wisecrick Limousine, Woodard Limousine, and Young and Rogers Farm. Once again, we appreciate those of you who give your time and resources to make our show a success.
Boy, what a really good class from top to bottom. I think the young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and wins this class does so by virtue of her freshness and by virtue of her structure. You study this one in the way she's built through her head, and particularly when you compare these first two, she's so much better headed, so much fresher in her condition. I prefer the way she lays in at the point of her shoulder. Both these females are ultrasound. You know, the one in second almost coon-footed coming off that front end, but it's freshness, it's leanness, it's just where she's at this juncture of her development that sorts these cattle. I love the mass in the heifer in two, bold sprung, nicely presented, deep ribbed, uniform in that body depth. But when you study her up through that front 1/3, she's carrying a little bit more brisket. She's plainer about that head. She certainly just didn't give you that added striking look that our class winner does. And more importantly, she fights her. When you watch her set up the front feet on this heifer, she fights them. She's a little bit too wide chested. She wants to throw that left front out pretty good. But boy, awfully good pair of heifers to start the class. That's how I see them. You know, wouldn't argue if this heifer was just a little bit longer and squarer from hooks to pins, I might slide her up another slot too. She too is an attractive fronted one that lays in neat through her shoulder. She's bold sprung. She's shapely when you get in behind her. She's really flexible on the move. I will give her the advantage through her chest floor and at the point of her shoulder versus this heifer that goes out in second. I think she's a touch more coordinated on the move. The one that comes out in four, boy, this is a tremendous cow prospect. You know, she's the moderate one out here, but so good in terms of her balance, so good and square from hooks to pins, good off that hind leg. I guess for me, she just gets a little shorter, a little more compact, maybe gets outside of her stride just a little bit when she goes away from you. The heifer that comes out next, boy, what a powerhouse. I mean, just chock full of shape and dimension, bold sprung, deep ribbed. I guess to me, she gets a touch rounder than some of these, a little bit plainer about her head, a little bit more rugged about that shoulder. But boy, that's one that's good in terms of that rib shape, uniform in her body depth. Young lady does an awesome job showing her out here. Just like to give her a more maternal look, flatten her down a little bit in terms of her bone work, and just give her a little bit more elegance. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, boy, that's a good heifer to be finishing out a junior national class. You know, just one that all these cattle were plenty sound enough. She's long-bodied, she's attractive, you know, just doesn't have those added bells and whistles of some that go out here. Just need a little bit more heifer when you step in behind her. But what a tremendous group of 6 head. Look forward to seeing those top couple back out here.
In your results for Class 9, first place goes to entry 216 RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. Second place, entry 217 SKLS, McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 219 SL Just a Fantasy, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 214, Ratliff Just One, shown by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Fifth place, entry 215, Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Ellie Rossler of Bargersville, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry 218, SC Jasmine, shown by Sloan Everett of Lufkin, Texas. If you're following along in the program, your order was 451-263. Entering in the ring now, we have class number 10. Class 10 is March 1st through March 12th females. We have entry 220, BNTL Johnny and June, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. Entry 221, DEBV Jade, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Entry 223, JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Entry 224, TV Imdemus, shown by Truett Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry 226, TASF Jeddah, shown by Chloe Hazel of Bearsville, South Dakota. And entry 227 LJRJ CSVN Miss Brown Sugar, shown by Breck Boyce of Lipan, Texas. Once again, this is class 10 in the ring. Females born March 1st through March 12th. A large part of the excellence achieved at the National Junior Limousin Show and Congress stems from support of involved Limousin breeders. The Texas two-step would not be possible without the support from all of you. We have a special thank you to all who donated and purchased items, helping raise an impressive total of $61,275 with our genetics on ice, live, and silent auctions. Some of our donors: 4-H Limousin, Amanda Radke, Attack Limousin, Bar Ranches, Barton Cattle Company, BCV Farms, Brooks Cattle Company, Buckridge Cattle Company, Burnett Brothers, Chain Landing Cattle, Champion Choice Silver, Cherry Creek Boutique, C.J. Brown, Coleman Limousin Ranch, Council Family Limousin, Coyote Hills Ranch, Custom Genetic Solutions, Diamond Hill Cattle Company, Duncan Smith, Folly Farms, Game Changer Syndicate, Glendering J. Barjay, Graven Landing Cattle, Hager Cattle Company, Hall Cattle Company, Humdinger Syndicate, Hunt Limousin, J6 Farms, Jerry Wolf Family, Jones Brother Limousin, Limousin 365, Lawrence Family Limousin, Legacy Livestock Imaging, Linhart Limousin, Little Buster Toys, Live Oak Cattle Company, Logan Hills Cattle Company, Lowe Company, Lucky Lemon Design Company, Magnus Landing Cattle, NC Cattle Company, Peterson L7 Bar Limousin, Ranch House Designs, Route 66 Cattle Company, Running Creek Ranch, Schilling Cattle Company, Seven Peaks Fence and Barn, Shanna Holloway, Showstring, Steerwalk Cattle and Clinics, Stoll Farms, Sullivan Supply, Sweetbriar Creative, Taylor Dorsey, The Dividend Syndicate, Thomas & Son Farms, Torgenson Farms, Travis Cockerham, Tub Mill Creek Farms, Utterly Amazing Nails, Vorthman Limousin, Western Equipment, Wierzerek Limousin, Wilder Family Limousin, Wiley Fanta, and Wolf Cattle. Once again, thanks to our donors with our genetics on ice.
Boy, what an awesome class out here. This top 3 females on this end are really, really, really good. With that being said, I really like this heifer that wins the class. You want to talk about one that's just so naturally good-ribbed and sound and square and true. You know, she's not the longest-necked one in the world, but she's got a neck that fits her body. To me, she's still elegant. She's feminine. She's sound. She's so fresh in terms of her condition, too, for one that has this kind of mass and shape and dimension. Yeah, in an ideal world, as we said, we'd stretch the neck out just a touch, maybe peel a hair of brisket out of her. But boy, that's a brood cow right there. I like her a great deal. The heifer that comes in second here certainly has the advantage in the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. You know, maybe just a touch longer bodied, but that gets debatable because that heifer, you know, she fools you in first. She's so deep and so uniform in that body depth, that might be a wash. I guess where she falls out of bed compared to my class winner, she just wants to open up off both ends. Wants to get outside of her stride when she goes away from you, wants to twist out just a touch up front, but boy, that's getting nitpicky on an awfully, awfully good heifer. Young man does a great job trying to show it out of her, but it just is what it is today. Tremendous, tremendous pair of heifers up on top. The young lady that comes out here in third, I'm telling you, this is no slouch here. One that's just really good in terms of her lines, really good in terms of her balance. Again, plenty flexible and sound on the move. You know, maybe not just as soupy on that pastern as the 2 that go out in front of her, but she's sure not going to break down out there. She's going to last a long time, gives you a good look. You know, maybe not as much look as the one that goes out right in front of her, not as much power as the one in first, so she logically comes into the third hole. The young man with the red heifer that comes out next, just a good cow prospect. Ran into a heck of a trio of heifers up ahead of him. This one just needs to be a little squarer from hooks to pens, a little more extended through that front end to go ahead and move up any. Young man with the heifer that comes out next, sure have to appreciate the power and the performance in this female. One of the soft-centered, deep-bodied ones in the class. I guess to me she gets a little plainer up through that front end, if you will. Would just like to see her move out with more reach off that front end. Gets a little pigeon-toed coming at you. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, again, certainly appreciate her for her dimension and her skeletal width and her substance. One that's got a big old shapely foot underneath her. But again, just not that added look and balance and overall aesthetics to go ahead and move her any higher today, but she's going to be a low-maintenance power cow for the young man when he goes home and mates her up, mate her to something a little better looking. You might be surprised what she can do.
And your results for Class 10. First place goes to entry 227 LJRJ CSVN Miss Brown Sugar, shown by Breck Boyce of Lipan, Texas. Second place, entry 223 JCRW Just As Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Third place goes to entry 226 TASF Jetta, shown by Chloe Hazefold of Bearsford, South Dakota. Fourth place, entry 221 DEBV Jade, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Fifth place, entry 220 BNTL Johnny and June, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 224 TV Intimus, shown by Truett Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. For Class 10, the order in the program was 5426. Turn the page 31. Now in the ring, we are having our selection of Division 4, Limousin Champion, Reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 8 was entry 210, Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Ashlyn Oshner. From Class 9, we have entry 216, RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith. Class 10, we have entry 227, LJRJ CSVM Miss Brown Sugar, shown by Breck Boyce. Also in the ring, we have our second place from each class. Entry 213, Shilling Jewel, shown by Eva Henriksen. We have entry 217, SKLS 276J, shown by McKenna Hoppe. And entry 223, JCRW Just As Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Once again, this is your Division 4 Champion, Reserve, and third overall selection.
Boy, what an awesome division of cattle out here. I mean, you got 6 head of cattle out here that are all going to go win shows in their own right. I have no doubt in my mind when these cattle go back to their respective states and get showed more locally, every single one of these 6 we're looking at out here is going to have their chance to stand in a backdrop. With that being said, I'm going to evaluate these 3 out in front of us, and maybe a second place might get a piece of this here. But starting with the one up front, this red heifer, so fresh just in terms of the way she's presented here today. One that's ample in terms of shape, really good in terms of her uniformity of body depth. I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. You might clean her up at the base of her neck a hair, and she's acceptable on the move. I'm not going to call her the sloshiest, most athletic one in the world, but you're sure not going to pick on her. I mean, for as much natural shape and dimension as she possesses, this one is sure more than acceptable when you ask her to get out in motion and go. Just a really, really complete type of female, certainly a factor out in this drive. The heifer that comes out of the next division, maybe gives you the most Angus look of the group, in terms of that base, just a little flatter in terms of her shape, if you will, but that's okay. She's one that's good in terms of her balance, long and level from hooks to pins, compared to the ones on either side of her. She's not as powerful, she's not as shapely, she's not as bold sprung, but she's sure flexible and sound and square, and for those reasons, she's also a factor. We'd like to power her up in an ideal world a bit, but the way she looks, the way she's built is so good. And just in terms of her just natural design and her flexibility on the move, we like her a great deal. Again, like to fill her out in the seat of her pants just a bit. Then the heifer that comes out of the last division, just so real. I mean, this one is just so naturally good in terms of her rib shape. She's so square hip. She's so true in terms of her structure. She comes at you square. She goes away from you square. No, she's not the longest necked one in the world, but boy, she's good-headed and feminine and elegant, and she's your division champion. Congratulations, young man. Let's go ahead and take these three one more circle, please.
In your Division 4 Limousin champion is entry 227 LJRJ CSVN Miss Brown Sugar, shown by Breck Boyce of Lipan, Texas. Your reserve champion is entry 210 Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. And third overall is entry 216 RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. Next in, we have Class 11. Class 11 is Limousin females born February 3rd through 26th. We have entry 228 TV Indigo, shown by Shelby McAvoy of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry 230 BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Entry 231 CHAC Limilou, shown by JC Parrish of Liberty, Texas. We have entry 232 Jolene, shown by Mackenzie Statmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And entry 233 SSTO 1809, shown by Lane Hess of Spring, Texas. Once again, this is Class 11, February 3rd through 26 females. I do have a list of buyers also that we appreciate from the Genetics on Ice auction. Those buyers are Allen Duff Limousin, Allison Jones, Attack Limousin, Barton Cattle Company, Beckman Livestock and Farming, Beggart Limousin, Bev Somerville, Black Knight Cattle Company, Brady Edge, Breezewood Hills Farm, Brim Farm, Circle R Cattle Company, Cross Creek Farms, Deron Helderman, DJ Limousin, Elderman Ranch, Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Freebird Farms, Gene Smith, Grassroots Genetics and Consulting, Hager Cattle Company, Hunt Limousine, J6 Farms, Jim Bob Hendrickson, Kelly Fanta, Cussell Limousine, Lawrence Family Limousine, Magnus Landing Cattle, Mary Booth, MC Marketing Management, Mackenzie McIntyre, Minor Limousine, Oshner Limousine, Peggy Smith, Pinniger Limousine, Portwood Family Limousine, Red Rock Limousine, Royal Beef Genetics, Running Creek Limousine, S&S Cattle Company, Senate Cattle Company, Thomas Farms, Whitney Brothers Cattle Company, Whitewater Limousine, Weiss Limousine, Wilder Family Limousine, and Wolf Cattle. Once again, a big thank you to our donors and buyers on our Genetics on Ice auction. Please don't forget to go by and purchase tickets for the Lemmy Boosters silent auction. We will be drawing tickets. We will be drawing tickets between the two shows. So make sure you get by there, check out the baskets, purchase some tickets, support your limousine boosters who support all of our kids. Once again, the drawing will be between the two shows. Also, don't forget to go buy you some t-shirts. These are now on sale for $10. See Molly Wilder right here by the awards table. Get you a show shirt or a Ken Holloway memorial shirt over here at the table, $10. And if Rebecca Craig is in the building, or you know Rebecca Craig, could you please come see me up at the table? I have something that you lost and probably want. That is Rebecca Craig.
Another really good class as we get into the Februaries here. Young lady's got a heifer that's just put together really nice. You know, maybe not as athletic as the one right behind her is in terms of the way she handles her pastern off of both ends. But beyond that, I think she has the most quality attributes. Love her head, love the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. Her biggest advantage over the one behind her is just her natural shape and her dimension, the way she's pulled apart in behind that shoulder and more opened up. Sure, in an ideal world, I'd soften up that rear pastern a little bit when she goes, but sure, a striking, high-quality female to go ahead and start the class. As we said, the heifer in two has that advantage just in terms of flexibility to that hock and pastern as she goes off that hind leg. But I guess this one just gets a little more piecey for me, maybe runs a touchdown hill, if you will. I'd just like to see her more opened up in that heart and forerib right behind her shoulder, maybe lay her in at the point of her shoulder a touch neater to go ahead and move any higher. But this is sure a flexible, cowy one with a lot of doability. Heifer that comes out next, you know, maybe the power one of the whole group when you really get in and analyze natural shape and dimension. She has a great deal, big old turn to her loin edge, really shapely as you view her from behind. I guess to me, she kind of opens up through that front end, gets a little weaker right behind her shoulder. But a female, when she gets her stuck, gives you a nice look from the side. Take her home, breed her to something a little softer, a little sounder. I think she's a nice breeding piece. Heifer that comes out next, appreciate her length and her balance. She's really a stout-featured one when you set in behind her. She's square from hooks to pins. I guess to me, she's just not as soft-centered and easy-doing looking as a few of these others out here. She gets a little straighter fronted. We'd like to lay that angle back just a touch. Then the heifer that rounds out the class, the young lady doing a good job. A female that's got some doability, going to go out and be a low-maintenance type cow for her. Just need to take her home, made her to something with a little more look.
And the results for Class 11. First place goes to entry 232, Jolene, shown by Mackenzie Statmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry 230, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Third place, entry 231, CHAC Lemmy Lou, shown by JC Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Fourth place, entry 233, SSTO 1809, shown by Lane Hess of Spring, Texas. And fifth place, entry 228, TV Indigo, shown by Shelby McAvoy of Kincaid, Kansas. In our program, the order for Class 11 was 52314. Now entering the ring, we have Class 12. Class 12 is January 2nd through January 31st, females. We have entry 235, KVLN 1176, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. We have entry 236, KVLN 1180, shown by Wyatt Seymour of Knobnoster, Missouri. Entry 237, DL January, shown by Jace Waver of Harper, Texas. Entry 238, Auto 615, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Entry 239, Boss Lake Miss Molly, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 240, VL Jesse's Girl, 110, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Entry 241, SEEE Jenny, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 242, AVAM Jelly Bean, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And entry 243, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Once again, this is Class 12, January 2nd through January 31st, females. Once again, throughout the shows, I will be announcing all of our sponsors and people that have donated to make our show success. We have several corporate sponsors. We would like to thank these sponsors for their generous support and ask when you go home and you do business that you thank with these sponsors, that you thank them personally for their support of our junior program. The next list of sponsors that I'll be reading about are our Corner Post that continues to raise money for our youth. We appreciate those that participated in the 2022 Corner Post Heifer Raffle. The Nalja Board appreciates the generosity of the Lawrence Family Limousine for donating LFL Gin. Joel Edge of West Branch, Iowa, won this heifer in the drawing, and all proceeds went to the Corner Post Fund, which facilitates additional activities and scholarships for members of the North American Junior Association. A huge thank you to all who purchased tickets and made this a very successful fundraiser, which raised more than $33,000. We have 4-H Limousine, Attack Limousine, Barton Limousine, Beckman Livestock and Farming, Becky Craig Cattle Company, Beggart Limousine, Bernie Johnson, Blanton's Limousine Farm, Boyce Deal Cattle Company, Brady Edge, Brooks Cattle Company, Buck Ridge Cattle, Sashery Farms, Chance Snyder, C. Wojo, Coleman Limousine Ranch, Country Inn Cattle Company, Cowboy Acres, Coyote Hills Ranch, Cross Creek Farm, Cunningham Sea Ranches, Davis Limousine Ranch, Deb V, DJ Limousine, Edwards Landing Cattle Company, Excel Ranches, Freed Livestock, Friend Brothers Limousine, Fox Limousine, Gavette Cattle, Gene Smith, just to name a few. I will get to more of that list shortly.
Tremendous class of January heifers and a really good pair up here on top. You know, it's freshness and leanness that's going to go ahead and get this girl to go ahead and start the class. Really up-headed. I like the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. One that's really flexible and loose on the move, plenty athletic. You know, if you're going to get picky on this one, you'd really like to change her right behind her shoulder. You know, she is green and she is fresh, but still with that being said, we just like to open her up, especially down low in that heart girth. We just like to see her more expanded there. But boy, that's a good built one that's really sound and gives you a nice look all the time. The heifer that's in two, the more massive one of the pair, you know, most of this is by virtue of the fact that she probably carrying 3 or 4 more tenths than the one in front of her anyhow. Love the center body, really bold sprung, really deep ribbed, really thick ended. She is better behind her shoulder than the one in front of her, but she also is carrying significantly more fat, so that helps right there in that area more than anywhere. If I'm going to pick on this one, I'd stretch that old neck out. She gets a little crestier at the top of her neck, really pushing a good bit of brisket right there, up through that front end. But boy, just in terms of a cowie build, this is one we like a great deal. Super soft centered, good sweep to that rib, really flexible on the move, just like the leaner, freshen her up compared to that class winner. Heifer that comes out next, what you see is what you get. She's slicker haired, but of what's left out here, she's the next best cow prospect. She's square and true from hooks to pins. She's long-sided. She's flexible enough on the move. Doesn't come at you with all the added options and bells and whistles of the two that go out in front of her, but one that's going to keep you in the cattle business, young man. The young lady that comes out next, again, just a good cow type of prospect. You get in behind her, you'd like to fill her out through her britches, just give her a little more power, more dimension, but one that's soft-centered, easy doing, and always going to go out and be a sound, low-maintenance cow for this young lady. The heifer that comes out next, a nicely presented one. This young lady's working her butt off. She's doing a great job showing this heifer. She's just not as sound as the four that go out in front of her. We just like to loosen her up in the way she handles that rear hock and pastern when she goes. But in terms of one standing still, I wouldn't have any problem if you moved her up 2 more slots on into that third hole. Just like to change her at the ground to go for me to get her any higher. Heifer that comes out next, you have to appreciate the performance in this one. Just a robust middle, deep-sided, square-hipped one that's got a ton of bone. I guess to me, she gets a little plainer up through that front 1/3, if you will. Maybe just like to lean her up a bit and see her move squarer and truer from hock to ground as she goes away. Heifer that comes out next, one that's lean and fresh in terms of her appearance, just gives up too much performance out here for one at this juncture of her development. A January heifer, we'd just like to see a little more performance, a little more power, but just in terms of build and longevity, she needs to find that hole. Heifer that comes out next, one that's got some performance, got some length of body, got some doability to her, just needs more power, more three-dimensional shape when you get in behind her. Certainly would like to redesign her off that hind leg, just make her looser in her hock and in that pastern as she goes away from you. The heifer that rounds out the class has that advantage. She is slightly better in her hock and pastern as she goes away from you, but to me, we'd like to lay that tailhead neater into her spine, just give her a little more look from the side.
And your results for class number 12. First place goes to entry 239, Boss Lake Miss Molly 144J, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 243, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Third place, entry 237, DL January, shown by Jace Walber of Harper, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 242, AVAM Jelly Bean, shown by Ava Miller, Trainer, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry 238, Autos 615, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Sixth place goes to entry 235, KVLN, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Seventh place goes to entry 241, SEEE Jenny, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Eighth place goes to entry 240, VL Jesse's Girl, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Ninth place goes to entry 236, KVLN 1180, shown by Wyatt Seymour of Knobnoster, Missouri. If you're following in the program, class 12, the order was 6-9, turn the page, 3-5-1, 8-7-4-2. We now have in the ring our first place for Division 5, and are selecting the Division 5 champion reserve and third overall. First place from class 11 was entry 232, Jolene, shown by Mackenzie Statmiller. From class 12, Boss Lake Miss Molly 144, shown by Claire Sinnott. Second places, we had entry 230, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London, and 243 TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles. Once again, this is your Division 5 champion reserve and third overall selection.
Another really good lineup as we get out here to select your junior yearling champion. You know, both class winners. I like their presentation. I like their freshness. I like the condition they come to me in. I guess what sorts these cattle is structure. You know, the heifer that comes out of the first class, young lady does an awesome job getting her stuck. She's up-headed. Her neck comes out of her top of her shoulder good. She's uniform in her body depth, and she's ample in terms of shape. You know, maybe when you compare to the one right behind her, she's not as good in those angles. You'd like to lay her back in that angle of shoulder. You'd like to loosen her up in the way she handles that rear hock and pastern. But in terms of one standing still, giving you a great fresh look, we like her a great deal. The heifer that comes out of class two also, what you see is what you get. You know, she's not hairy. You know, as we said in class, we'd like to make her a little better behind her shoulder. But beyond that, that one has a lot of good attributes. You know, you study her aesthetically. She's so good and square from hooks to pins. She's flexible at the ground. She's ample in terms of bone and foot. She's going to be your division champion, and I'll take a look for reserve. Yeah, and it certainly gets close for reserve when you bring in our second place female. What a massive, big bodied, powerful, three-dimensional type of female. When you get in behind her, just from her shoulders back, I like that one a great deal. So soft-centered, so powerful, so flexible in the way she handles that hind wheel. I guess where you got to make your decision is from that front 1/3. You know, is that one just good enough necked? Is she good enough through her chest floor? Is she just too bulky through that front end to go ahead and get around the heifer in front of her? I do appreciate her soundness, but the heifer in front of her, I'm going to call her sound enough. I think she's a touch fresher. I think she's so much more attractive through her front end and has more future. Congratulations, young lady. You're going to be reserve, and you're going to be third overall, young lady. Congratulations.
In your Division 5, Limousin champion comes out of Class 12, entry 239. Boss Lake Miss Molly 144J, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Your reserve champion is entry 232, Jolene, shown by Mackenzie Statmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And your third overall is entry 243, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithburg, Maryland.
Just a single entry December heifer here, but certainly one deserving of a blue ribbon. You know, she reads well on paper and certainly backs it up out here on hoof. You know, certainly a female that's long-bodied, has some rib, has some doability. You know, might square her up in the way she handles that hind wheel in an ideal world, but certainly a nice senior yearling. Look forward to seeing her back out here.
In Class 13, first place goes to entry 244, MKJN Hazel, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Next in, we have Class 14. Class 14 has November 11th and 16 heifers. Entry 246, Ratliff Purple Harmony, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And entry 247, LDIL Haley, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is class 14. Another announcement, I've been telling you that our t-shirts are on sale for $10. We now also have the laundry bags on sale for $5. Big bargains over at the table. Go see Molly Wilder for your show laundry bag or show t-shirts.
Only two out here in this November class, but we got two awfully good ones. With that being said, I think the young ladies after this going to go ahead and win the class is awfully good. She's right where she needs to be at this juncture of her development. She's getting long bred. Really got a nice bag when coming down. When you look at her underneath, those tits are getting spread out, really refined in terms of her teat size and shape, and does so with a really good look. This one is moderate. She's not the longest, stretchiest one in the world. She's just good in terms of her build. She's uniform in her body depth. She's not the raciest necked one in the world, but it just kind of fits her body. It fits her composition. Female I like a great deal. Look forward to seeing her back out here. The heifer in two, again, I thought I had an awfully good one when she walked in, and I still do, but that one that walked in behind her, unfortunately, is just a bit better. I'd like to see this one maybe a touch longer bred, compared to your class winner. I think that might help in just pulling a little more brisket out of her. Boy, this one's so good at the ground, so sound, so flexible. Young lady gets every inch out of her on the stick, does a great job. Good female, just not as far along bred, a little weaker in her loin compared to our class winner, not as attractive.
In your results for class 14, first place goes to entry 247 LDIL Haley, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 246 Ratliff Purple Harmony, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. If you're following in the program, class 14 was 2. Turn the page 1. Now entering, we have class 15. Class 15 has females born October 5th through October 29th. We have entry 248, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Entry 249, Auto Harriet, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 250, SHSK Heidi, shown by Caleb Tooker of Bulverde, Texas. And entry 251, PRF HB Haven, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Once again, this is class 15, females born October 5th through 29th. Do not forget, at the conclusion of this show, we will be drawing for the Limousin, the Limmy Booster baskets. So make sure you get your tickets in the baskets or go purchase your tickets quickly. Once again, we would like to thank our picture sponsors, Legacy Livestock Imaging. All of their pictures are free. You go and download them thanks to sponsors including Attack Limousine, KLS Farms, Red Rock Limousine, Edwards Landing Cattle, Davis Ranches, and Limousine 365. We appreciate our picture sponsors.
Another nice foursome of October heifers out here, and I think the young lady that goes ahead and wins the class does so just on balance and style compared to the other three out here. I appreciate her honesty. I mean, I could see it for myself. She wasn't very long bred, but she told me she's 90 days bred, and I appreciate that. I know things happen. You don't always get everything ideal in terms of your breeding date, and you would like to have this one with a udder and everything coming down because I think she could be really competitive going forward. Unfortunately, you know, she is only 90 days, but with that being said, she just overwhelms this class in quality and structure and just overall look. Good female to go ahead and win the class. You know, the real decision you have to make is between 2 and 3. I opted for the sounder, fresher, leaner one of the pair, and I think she's just particularly has an advantage in the way she gets out off that hind wheel. You know, she's more attractive up through that front end, cleaner about her brisket, has a decent looking udder coming down too. She would appear to be fairly long bred, good type of female. Heifer that comes out next, if you want a little more power, you want a little more mass, you go ahead and slide her up. I guess to me, when you set her out in motion, she just wants to lumber around a bit, if you will. And those old senior yearlings will do that, But I just like to lean her up through her chest floor, maybe strengthen her up in her loin. Just more than anything, just see her move out with more reach and athleticism. But again, powerful, thick-ended female with a lot of substance of bone and a big old foot. A lot of qualities for the young man to take home and work with. Heifer that rounds out the class, really a high-performing, deep-sided one. She, too, would appear to be really long-bred. Maybe with this one, that works to her disadvantage. She's really wanting to pull that old loin down and get that tail head up in the air compared to a few of these others. But, boy, still a female that's got a nice udder and going to go home and make a tremendous brood cow for this young man. He's doing a really good job getting her stuck.
And your results for Class 15. First place goes to entry 248, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Second place goes to entry 250, SHSK Heidi, shown by Caleb Tooker of Bulverde, Texas. Third place goes to PRF HB Haven, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And fourth place, entry 249, Auto Harriet, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Your order for Class 15 was 1, 4, 2, 3. We have Class 16 now in the ring. These are September 7th and September 22nd females. Entry 252, Ratliff, Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And entry 253, LLKT, Hawaii, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Once again, this is Class 16, our final class in the ring.
Really a nice pair to finish out this senior yearling division. And with that being said, a real standout to go ahead and win the class. This one is just so good at the ground, so good-footed and flexible and athletic as she goes. She's fresh in her condition. She's uniform in that body depth. In an ideal world, we'd like to see her maybe just a touch longer bred. She's due here late November, which is still okay, but that's getting nitpicky on an awfully good one. Look forward to seeing her back out here. Young man that comes in too here also has a really nice female, bold sprung, deep rib. Maybe would appear to be a little further along in terms of her breeding. Good teat size on this one. But again, when you compare her to that class winner, she's just not as flexible on the move, not as attractive, just doesn't give you that overall look as our class winner does.
And your results for Class 16. We have first place goes to entry 252, Ratliff Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place, entry 253, LLKT Hawaii, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Following in your program, the order was 1, 2. Now we have our final division, Division 6. We will be selecting our Limousin Champion Reserve and third overall in Division 6, then moving right along into our Grand Champion Drive. For Division 6, we have first place class winners, Entry 244, MKJM Hazel, shown by Michaela Massey. We have entry 247, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Deal. Entry 248, Auto Hope, shown by JC Smith. And entry 252, Ratliff Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan. Second place in each class, 246, Ratliff Purple Harmony, shown by McKenna Richardson. Entry 250, SHSK Heidi, shown by Caleb Tooker. And entry 253, LLKT Hawaii, shown by Cole Keaton. Once again, this is your selection of your Division 6, champion, reserve, and third overall. Once again, don't forget, Limousin boosters will be drawing their tickets at the end of this show.
Another really good lineup out here as we get in to select your division champion from amongst these senior yearlings. All four of these females are really nice, starting with our first class winner. You know, what you see is what you get. Again, she's not a real hairy one, but she's good in terms of that uniformity of body depth. She's plenty flexible at the ground and going to go out and make a nice brood cow for that young lady. Probably not going to be a factor in this drive today, but her basics are really good. Young lady that comes out of class 2, you know, this one, not the biggest one in the world, not the longest one in the world, but she's awfully complete. Young lady does an awesome job getting her stuck. She's long bred. I like the udder she's got coming down underneath her. You know, compared maybe to one other one out here, we would like to stretch out that neck a little bit, maybe give her a little more power, a little more substance and foot. But boy, that's getting nitpicky on an awfully, awfully good one. That's going to make a tremendous, tremendous brood cow for that young lady, and she's sure a factor out in this drive. Young lady that comes out of the next division, again, one that's built really good. We love her center ribs. She's sound at the ground. She's stout hips. She's thick-ended. She's very fresh in her appearance. We just like to see her a bit longer bred, a little bit more opened up through that forerib, but a good type of female to also complement this group out here. And then the heifer that comes out of the last class, boy, you set this one in motion. She's impeccable. I love the bone work, the shape to her foot when she gets out and goes. So uniform in that body depth, yet still being bold sprung and fresh and attractive through that front end. In an ideal world, I'd like to see her a touch longer bred, but that's getting harshly on a very, very good female. Congratulations. There's your division winner.
In your Division 6 results, Division 6 champion comes out of Class 16, entry 252, Ratliff Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Reserve champion is entry 247, LDIL Haley, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And third overall is entry 248, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. After a short little break, we are going to start our Grand Champion female, Limousin female drive. I would like to finish thanking our corner post sponsors, Glendening J. Bar J, Grassroots Genetics and Consulting, Hansa Cattle Company, Hawkins Limousin, HB Farms Limousin, Heartland Limousine Association, Heeman Farms, Hunt Limousine Ranch, JB Ranch, J6 Farms, Jim Anderson Cattle Company, Joel Edge Cattle Company, JR Cattle Company, KAR Livestock Ventures, Keaton Limousine, Kirsten Hasselmeyer, KLS Farms, Lazy Brook Limousine, Lazy Sherry Ranch, Lewis and Carol Strimler, Linhart Limousine, MD Cattle Company, Magnus Landing Cattle, Mallory Bluner, Mark Clayton, Marjan Farms, Mark and Tammy Anderson, Massey Cattle Company, MC Marketing Management, McDonald Farms, Michael Kenna, Menrick Landing Cattle Company, Minor Limousine, Mosier Farms, NC Cattle Company, O'Connor Farms Limousine, Palmetary Cattle, Parkinson Cattle Company, Peterson L7 Bar Limousine, Peterson Land and Auction, Route 66 Cattle Company, Running Creek Ranch, S&S Cattle Company, Schaefer Cattle Company, Schilling Cattle Company, Senate Cattle Company, Sherry Holloway, Shelby Skinner Cattle, Smith Cattle, Spriggs Cattle Company, Springs Creek Cattle Company, Stone Limousine, Super C, T&J Cattle Company, Thomas & Son Farms, Tubmill Creek Farms, Tyler Green, Tyra Meyer, Whitewater Limousine, Weiss Limousine, Wilder Family Limousine, and William H. Frank. Once again, these were our sponsors to our corner post that raised over $33,000 this past year for our juniors. Also exhibitors, you are allowed to leave when you are finished showing, but we do ask that you be respectful to those that are still fitting and showing when you are moving about. No trucks and no trailers are allowed in the barn until the show is absolutely over. And everything does need to be out of the barn by this evening. You are welcome to stay in tie-outs tonight, but everything needs to be moved out of the barn today. Looks like we are ready to start our limousine female grand champion drive. Coming in from Division 1, we have entry 162, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. From Division 2, we have entry 170, TASF Jersey Girl, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. From Division 3, we have entry 199, TASF Just as Classy, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsford, Indiana. From Division 4, we have entry 227, LJRJ CSVN, Miss Brown Sugar, shown by Brett Boyce of Lipan, Texas. Entry 5, we have entry 239, Boss Lake Miss Molly 144, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. And Class 6, we have entry 252, Ratliff Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Our reserves from each division that are entering the ring: Division 1 Reserve was entry 167, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Division 2, entry 181, TASF Just the Best, shown by Carter Cornegie from Tulsa, Oklahoma. From Division 3, we have DL Justine, shown by Emma Anderson of Hays, Kansas. From Division 4, we have entry 210, Boss Lake Miss Molly 160, shown by Ashlyn Ostner of Kersey, Colorado. From Division 5, we have entry 232, Jolene, shown by Mackenzie Stantmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. And from Division 6, we have entry 247, LDIL Haley, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri.
I tell you what, this is exciting out here. If this doesn't get your blood pumping, as a Limousin breeder, I don't know what will, because these are just flat out good cattle. Every single one of them we have standing out here, I'd be proud to own. First things first. Thanks again for having me. I've enjoyed myself. I know it's been a long week. It sounds like it's been an enjoyable week. You guys have had good weather. I hear them on the mic saying it's okay to leave, and it is okay to leave. But I can tell you this: when I was a kid, my first junior national, me and my brother went, and we got our butts kicked. I think my steer got next to last, my brother's steer got last, and my heifer got like 13th. But my dad took us up to the show ring to watch the people that were winning. Right, wrong, or indifferent, we took the time to see the people that were achieving. And slowly but surely, every year we came back, and we got better and got better and worked our way to the top. And I think that's so important, because you're at a place, if you guys are curious, just ask somebody. I mean, we're in the best business in the world with the best people, and you can come from humble beginnings to have a lot of success in the cattle business. Some of the most talented and successful people I know were cut from a lot of the same cloth. They got their butt kicked in the beginning too. But just take the time. Come on out here, take it all in. I encourage you to stay to the end of the entire show, because it is a journey. You'll appreciate this when you get older and get it to my age. At the end of the day, you might not remember the name of every single heifer you ever had that won. I remember Miss Charlotte. She got 13th at my first junior national. I've been fortunate to have a lot of national champions. I couldn't tell you all their names, but Miss Charlotte started my journey, and I appreciate being a part of your journey today. It's certainly been my honor and privilege. I'm not going to talk to cattle a lot. I think as a breeder, I think we've lost identity in breeds. I think at times we've bred these cattle to the middle too much. These Limousin cattle came across the pond as a terminal breed. They have shape, they have width, they have dimension, and I've tried to keep cattle like that out today. Not to sacrifice any structure, because structure and fundamentals come first, but I still think these cattle need width and shape and dimension within this breed to be the cog they need to be in the entire beef business. That's just my opinion, but I want these cattle, I don't want them all to look like Angus. I want them to look like Limousins. I want them to have shape and dimension and power. With that being said, I'm not going to talk these cattle. You've listened to me all day. I'm sure you're probably sick of me sounding like a broken record, but I've been tremendously impressed with the group of kids and the group of cattle. I'm going to go out here and pick you a top 5, and we'll get some pictures. Congratulations, awesome set of cattle.
And your grand champion Limousin female goes to entry 252, Ratliff Purple Heart, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve champion comes out of Division 4. Entry 227, LJRJ CSVM Miss Brown Sugars, shown by Breck Boyce of Lipan, Texas. And your third overall Limousin female is entry 199, TASF Just as Classy, Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth overall is entry 239, Boss Lake Miss Molly 144J, Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. And fifth overall goes to entry 210, Boss Lake Miss Molly 160, Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Once again, that wraps up our Limousin female show. We will be taking a picture break. before we move on to the LimFlex show. If you see any of these sponsors as you're mulling around, please make sure you thank them, and we will continue shortly. Another thank you we have going out, we would like to thank Kyle Haley with Limousin 365 and Kylie McKenna with MC Marketing for helping host the Credit for Kids auction in September as a fundraiser for this show. Again, as well as all the breeders who have generously donated to this auction. This show would not have been possible without the support of this fundraisers and all those who made it a success. And if Clayton Shoei is in the arena or anyone from the Shoei family, we have a cell phone up here that belongs to one of y'all.
Good morning. On behalf of the Lemmy Boosters, we'd like to thank you for your support of our state basket raffle drawing this week. We had 20 baskets, and we appreciate the states putting those baskets together. And we appreciate each and every one of you giving your hard-earned dollars towards the raffles this year. I'm going to read off the names of those that won a basket, and then if you can just get the basket picked up as soon as possible, we'd sure appreciate it. The winners include the Ratliff family, the Gaston family, Elizabeth Edwards, Ellie Dill, Chad Hazel. I have a Michelle with an area code of 904, Allison Woodall, Annabelle Vandermay, Jason Crawford, Alyssa Woodall, Carrie Callahan. It's like you guys want a show or something. I hear you guys. Alyssa Woodall, Carrie Callahan, Betty Keaton, Hallie Lewis, Karen Pasquale, the Fosdick crew. I had a last name started with a CIT, and their area code was 931. Tammy Smith, the Callahan family again, and Raleigh Kroger. So again, we appreciate your support of the Lemmy Boosters.
And I do want to let y'all know that we will be serving lunch today. It is not ready right this second. I will let you know when it is ready, but there will be brisket sandwiches or barbecue sandwiches served today. Oh, lunch is here. So if you're ready for lunch, lunch is here. It is being set up. Compliments of Texas Limousin Association. And then there will also be watermelon over by the windmill in the picnic area. Compliments of Wilder Family Limousine. So once again, if you're ready for lunch, we have barbecue sandwiches and watermelon will be available soon. Also, if you submitted a picture and or magazine ad, you may go pick that up now. After the show, they will be available in the office, but you're welcome to go take your picture or your magazine off the wall now. And speaking of lunch, the other day, Live Oak Limousine hosted a pastelaya luncheon that raised $1,337, and they gave that straight to South Dakota for next year's Limmy's Rally to Rushmore. So if you see any of Live Oak Limousine out of Louisiana, make sure you thank them for the lunch, and we appreciate their donation to next year's South Dakota show. All right, we're ready to move on and begin the LimFlex Female Show. Starting off with Class 17, we have a single entry. Entry 260. This was a January 21st female SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas.
Just a single entry to go ahead and start your LimFlex show here. And the young lady's got one with a bright future. Heifer that's really attractive through her front end, good in terms of her lines. You know, in an ideal world, we might like to see just a touch more performance in this one, even for a January calf. But I appreciate her on paper. I think the growth's going to come on when she gets to the yearling stage. And she is one of the positive marbling females that we've seen thus far today. We didn't see a bunch of them this morning. Hopefully we see more of them this afternoon. She sure is one of them. Good female.
And your results for Class 17, first place goes to entry 260, SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Class 18 is another single entry class. We have entry 263, a December 2nd female, CELL 1572, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois.
Young lady's got a single entry here, but again, this is one that could stand some competition for sure. One that's just good in terms of her rib shape, ample in terms of muscle when you set in behind her, while still being an attractive fronted one that's certainly flexible enough on the move. Young lady's doing a really good job. Look forward to seeing this December heifer back out here.
And results for Class 18. Entry first place goes to entry 263, CELL 1572, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Next in, we have Class 19. We are going to have entry 267 in our first, ELCX Just in Time, shown by Abby Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Second in, we have entry 266, L7 Just One Look, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Then we have entry 268, LFL Junk in the Trunk, shown by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Entry 269, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Entry 270, Auto 653, shown by Tristan Golata of Independence, Louisiana. And entry 271, JDIL Journey, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. These are November 11th through November 20th females. Once again, I'd like to introduce today's judge. Our judge for today's show is Randy Mullinex, a graduate of Black Hawk East and Kansas State University. He was a member of national champion livestock judging teams. Randy has judged shows in 37 states, including national and junior national events for more than a dozen breeds. Randy owns and operates Purple Rain Cattle Company in Toulon, Illinois, where they run 175 mother cows and derive 100% of their income from seed stock production. He was the 2002 American Hereford Association Herdsman of the Year and has bred numerous national and junior national champions. Purple Rain has been recognized 42 times as a premier breeder at national Hereford events. Please help me welcome our judge, Randy Mullinex.
Another really nice group as we get into these Novembers in your Limflex show, and an obvious winner out here up front. Just a female that really puts a lot of good things together in terms of aesthetics, and she's good on paper too. And then when you ask her to set in motion, she leads the class in that area as well. Easy class winner. Look forward to seeing her back out here. From there you got some decisions to make. I think the young lady in 2 has the heifer that's the most like our class winner. She certainly gives up a little performance relative to that one, but boy, this one's got a good build. I love the way her neck ties in the top of her shoulder. She's good-headed. She's good at the point of her shoulder. Ultra flexible at the ground. Still really green, but that's okay. She's young. She'll make up for that, but just love the way this one stands and travels off that hind leg. I switched 3 and 4 there at the end. This heifer takes you a minute to find her. She is the low-performing female just in terms of total pounds out here, but I think her quality is really good. I think she's uniform through that center body. When you get around behind her, she's got a big square loin edge. She's thick-ended, and when you ask her to go in motion, she's plenty flexible at the ground. The young man that comes out next, this heifer just gets a little piecier behind her shoulder, a little higher in that scapula, if you will. Maybe like to tone down that tail head, but just in terms of rib shape and boldness of spring, and she too is relatively sound down at the ground, like this one a great deal as well. Maybe might soften her up in the center of her back. She's a little full today. The heifer in 5 here, again, a good middled one that's deep-sided, good sweep to that rib. You set in behind her, you just like to fill her out through her britches a bit compared to the ones that go out in front of her. Maybe just lay her in a little neater and smoother through that shoulder. She gets just a touch crusty necked up top. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, certainly appreciate her soundness and length of body. 6 for 6, we had cattle that are functional and going to go out and last. This one just gets a little more generic up through that front end, like to clean her up about her navel.
And your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 271, JDIL Journey, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 267, ELCX, Just in Time, shown by Abby Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Third place goes to entry 270, Auto 653, shown by Tristan Galota of Independence, Louisiana. Fourth place goes to entry 269, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 268, JFL Junk in the Trunk, shown by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. And sixth place goes to entry 266, L7 Just One Look, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. If you're following along in the program, the order was 625-431. Now in the ring is Class 20. Class 20 has entry 272, ELCX Jazzed Up, shown by Delayla Laver from Hillsboro, Ohio. And entry 273, FSC Josie May, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. These females were both born on November 10th. And do not forget that the South Dakota Limousin Association has a gift for all of our exhibitors this year. If you will stop by the hospitality area and pick that up, they are looking forward to seeing us all in Rapid City next year.
Again, just two entries here, but certainly a lot of quality. I guess it's skeletal width and natural dimension that goes ahead and sorts these two. From the side, I appreciate them both a great deal. In fact, the heifer in two, I think she's a little better headed. I think her neck comes out of her shoulder a little higher and tidier up there on the top side of her shoulder. But beyond that, she just doesn't have enough power, enough three-dimensional shape to go ahead and compete with the one up in front of her. But I do appreciate her elegance and her femininity. Good pair of heifers, just different kinds.
And your results for Class 20. First place goes to entry 273, FSC Josie May, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 272, ELCX Jazzed Up, shown by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Following along in your program, the order was 2-1. We now have Class 21 entering the ring. These are November 1st through November 4th females. We have entry 274, PEHL Jewels, shown by Charlie Joe Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Entry 275, MKLN 1105, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Entry 276, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Entry 277 was a scratch. Entry 278, LFL Jocelyn. Entry 278 was a scratch. Entry 279, ELCX Jolliest, shown by Amanda Purvis of Pikeville, Tennessee. Once again, this is class 21, November 1st through 4th, females. Entry 277 and 278 were both scratches. Exhibitors, don't forget to go pick up your photos and magazine ads along with public speaking sheets. If you are interested in your feedback from your public speaking, go by the show office and you can pick up those sheets.
Boy, what an awesome pair of females we have to work with out here in this class. And this one that wins the class, boy, she's right on. I mean, just so fresh and attractive through that front end, lays in neat through her shoulder. You know, for one at this juncture of her development, I think she's right on just in terms of the condition she's in. She's bold sprung, she's thick-ended. Just love her bone work and their flexibility and athleticism. That's probably her biggest advantage over the one in second. It's just the authority she moves off that hind wheel with. She's bigger boned, stouter featured, and just so much squarer and shapelier when you get in behind her. But boy, this one in second is no slouch. A higher performing type female that's got a ton of length and super sound at the ground, good inner angles, good in terms of her joint work. Again, maybe just not quite as much power and three-dimensional shape as that one that wins the class, but boy, that's an awfully good pair of heifers we have to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes out here in third, I think she's better in her top line than the one that's right below her. She's uniform in terms of that body depth. She's acceptable on the move. I think that's her biggest advantage is the way she carries that top line over the heifer that rounds out the class. Young lady that's coming out right now, you know, this one's got a lot of good things to hang her hat on. You sit in behind her, she's got a big old square hip in her, she's bold sprung, she's deep ribbed, just gets a little piecey, a little high in her top at times when she gets around the ring, but a good female to round out the class.
And your results for class 21. First place goes to entry 275, MKLN 1105, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 276, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 279, ELCX Jolliest, shown by Amanda Purvis of Pikeville, Tennessee. And fourth place goes to entry 274, PEHL Jewels, shown by Charlie Joe Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. If you're following along in the program, Class 21, Order 412, scratch, scratch, 3. Now we have our first place coming in from Division to make our Division 1 Limflex Champion Reserve and third overall selection. From Class 17, we have entry 260 SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Lainey Woodall. From Class 18, entry 263 CELL 1572, shown by Karina Smallshoff. From Class 19, we have entry 271 JDIL Journey, shown by Ellie Deal. From Class 20, we have entry 273 FSC Josie May, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. And Class 21, entry 275 MKLN, shown by Sarah Sullivan. Second place from each class, we have entry 267 ELCX Just in Time, shown by Abby Wilkins. Entry 272 ELCX Jazzed Up, shown by Delayla Laver. And entry 276 TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore. Once again, this is your Division 1 Champion Reserve and third overall selection.
Another really nice lineup as we get out here to select your first division here in the Limflex show. You know, I think there's a foursome of heifers out here that are really good, but with that being said, there's one that sticks out like a sore thumb. She's really, really good. She comes out of the last class right here. She's your division champion. I think it gets fairly close between this trio of heifers I just re-walked here. You know, the one up front, just really, really complete. You know, she's uniform in her body depth, good in terms of her substance of bone, one that's flexible on the move. You know, she gets a little weaker in her loin, gets that tail head up a little bit if I'm going to get nitpicky on this one, but boy, she's a major factor out here in this selection. the heifer that comes out of the middle class. She's the stoutest one, you know. She's got the most rib. She's the furthest along at this point. When you set in behind her, she's the biggest hipped and squarest top. She does want to get outside of her track a bit already, and compared to the two on either side of her, that old neck just doesn't come out of her shoulder quite as high and tidy as the two on either side of her. But boy, she's again an awfully good female. And then the heifer that comes out of the third class that was second to our division winner. This one really collects herself on the move at times. She's fighting the halter, but that's where I really locked in on her. When they were coming around here, she's the one that really pulls herself together on the move. She's flexible, she's fresh, she's lean. She's going to be a reserve division champion.
And your Division I Limb Flex champion comes out of Class 21, entry 275, MKLN 1105, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your Division I Reserve champion is entry 276, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. And third overall is entry 271, JDIL Journey, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Now entering the ring, we have Class 22. Class 22 has October 15th through October 25th females. We have entry 282, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We have entry 283, RJSC Joel, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knob, Noster, Missouri. We have entry 284, PCOL Jackie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. We have entry 285, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 286, XKLX JC, shown by Peyton Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. And entry 287, SL Just a Dream, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 22 in the ring. Once again, this year we had several corporate sponsors that we would like to thank, such as International Harvester, Kubota, New Holland, John Deere, VitaFirm, Purina. We ask that when you go home and you do business with these sponsors, that you thank them personally for their support of our Limousin juniors.
Another really nice group as we get into your October heifers, and I think we got a good place to land. And this young lady's heifer just has the most look. You know, she's the longest bodied, arguably the highest performing heifer in here. Just gives you a really striking look from the side. I like her outline a great deal. If I'm going to get picky on this one, she misses her stride just a bit. We just like to see her reach out with just a little bit more athleticism underneath, but that's getting nitpicky on an awfully easy class winner. You know, the heifers in 2 and 3 are kind of cut from the same cloth. They're both moderate cattle that are big ribbed and have some doability while still maintaining a decent look. I guess I think this heifer in 2 has an advantage in the way she gets out and goes. She's just more flexible in that rear hock and pastern when you ask her to get out and go. Certainly the heifer that comes out next, maybe the stoutest female in the whole class, as much rib and as thick-ended as any. I like her attractiveness up through her front end. For me, she just gets a little tight on those ankles, a little straighter in terms of that hock to go ahead and move her any higher, but a really nice female, close placing between 2 and 3. Heifer that comes out next, one that's, you know, has an advantage over the one in front of her, probably in the way she handles that rear pastern, but that's kind of where it ends. She is a long-bodied female that's fresh in her appearance and attractive through her front end. She just needs broke loose through the center portion of her body, needs to be more robust through that center rib, needs to be stoutened up when you set in behind her. Young lady that comes out next has a heifer with these advantages. This female's got some bone, she's got some rib, she's got some doability. Her problem is she just gets a little too plain up through that front end, gets a little shorter coupled, if you will. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, again, certainly appreciate her length of body, certainly appreciate her freshness. The young lady does a nice job showing her. We just like to drop the flank down in this heifer, give her a little more dimension, a bit more look from the side. Good group of cattle, awesome group of young people.
And your results for Class 22. First place goes to entry 285, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 282, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 287, SL Just a Dream, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 284, PCOL Jackie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 286, XKLX JC, shown by Peyton Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 283, RJSC Joel, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knobnoster, Missouri. If you were following along in your program, Class 22's order 2-6, turn the page 4153. Next in, we have Class 23. Class 23 is October 1st through October 9th. Limflex females. First in, we have entry 289, Auto Jelly 223, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. We have entry 290, Auto Jane 222, shown by Eliza Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. We have entry 291, Auto Jolene, shown by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. We have entry 292, Auto Jackie, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. We have entry 295, LFL Jelly Roll, shown. All right, 296, Auto Jazzy, shown by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 297, TASF Jamaica, shown by Sadie Wampler of Canyon, Texas. And entry 300, ELCX Jam Session, shown by Amanda Purvis of Pikeville, Tennessee.
a little more of a mixed bag to put together out here within this group. You know, maybe not that handle, but when I get settled in on one, I think this is the logical place to start. Young lady's heifer right here in front of me. You can go ahead that way. She's just the best in terms of her basic aesthetics, her basic lines, and her outline. Yeah, in an ideal world, you know, we might just power her up a little bit. But relative to this class, she's got enough power, she's got enough rib, she's got enough look, and of what's out here, I think she's as sound as any. The heifer that comes in too, a little staler haired, if you will, than the one that goes ahead and wins the class. But I like this one just in terms of her cow look, in terms of her rib shape. She's the boldest sprung and deepest rib. She's still really flexible at the ground and athletic when she gets out and goes. To me, she just gets a little piecey behind her shoulder. We'd like to strengthen her up in that hard and forerib and just level out that top line as she gets out and goes. Heifer that comes out next, a lot like my class winner in terms of just her overall build and her length, just not as good. You know, this heifer has a lot of length, has something to her. She's relatively sound on the move. We'd just like to strengthen up that top, lay that tail head in a little neater into her spine. Heifer that comes out next, a little slicker haired one, but one that's got a lot of cow potential. She's bold sprung, she's deep ribbed, she's uniform in that body depth, and of the three that are left, I think she's as sound as any. Young man coming out next, he's got a smile on his face all the time, and he's doing a really good job showing this heifer. We'd just like to change her structure. She just gets a little too erect up on that front end. We'd just like to see her move out with a little more agility, maybe just give her a little more power when you sit in behind her. Then the young man with the red heifer that rounds out the class, sure appreciate the moderation and the depth of rib this one has. She's going to go out and be a real low-maintenance cow for this young man. We'd just like to stretch that neck out, maybe soften her top line and give her a touch more look.
And your results for Class 23. First place goes to entry 291, Otto Jolene, shown by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 289, Otto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Third place goes to entry 290, Otto Jane, shown by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 300, ELCX Jam Session, shown by Amanda Purvis of Pikeville, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry 292, Auto Jackie, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 296, Auto Jazzy, shown by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the order was 2, 3, 1, 5, scratch, 6, scratch, 4. Entering now, we have Class 24. Class 24 is September 16th through 29th females. We have entry 302, Henderson Fly by Night, shown by Aaliyah Smith of Comanche, Oklahoma. Entry 304, BMFK Lucy, shown by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Entry 306, LFL Jovi, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Entry 307, PCOL Josie, shown by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. Entry 308, SCHUR Jesse, shown by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Entry 309, LFL Junebug, shown by McKinley Beggart of Allison, Texas. Entry 310, Barry's Jewel, shown by Hallie Bear of Culver, Oregon. Entry 311, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And entry 312, TF Juicy Fruit, shown by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota. Once again, this is Class 24, September 16th through 29th, Limflex females. If you have a show program, you'll notice towards the back, it explains our Ken Holloway Memorial Scholarship Program. 2020 marked the end of the All-American Limousin fraternity after 36 years. 100% of the funds generated by by the Ken Holloway Genetics on Ice benefit auction will go to the North American Limousin Junior Association and will continue as a fundraiser for the Now Just Summer event. $17,500 of these funds will be earmarked for scholarship awards to show winners. And once again, towards the back of the program, you'll see that our Grand Champion Purebred Heifer winner receives a $2,500 scholarship. Reserve Grand Champion Purebred, $1,000. Grand Champion Limflex Heifer, $2,500 scholarship. Reserve, $1,000 scholarship. Grand Champion Bred and Owned, $1,000 scholarship. Reserve, $500. And you can follow along in that program to see where these funds are going to help these young exhibitors go to college. This money is held in an interest-bearing account until the recipient or the winner completes educational requirements and basically 1 semester or 6 months in college or a career or tech school with satisfactory grades. Military service also qualifies for scholarship proceeds.
Again, a really nice trio of heifers up on top and a really logical place to begin. Young lady's got the heifer that's just the most complete. So uniform in terms of her body depth. You got that good sweep. You set in behind her. She's ample in terms of shape. And where I like her the best is on the move. She's the soundest, most flexible of any of the heifers out here. You know, not crazy long neck, but it just fits her. You know, she's just a good type of brood cow prospect, has a lot of quality. Heifer that comes out next, of the next two, I thought the next two were fairly close. This one just has more extension. I think she's better at the ground. I think she's better in her joint work and better at her pasterns. No question, the red heifer that comes out behind her has a little more to her, a little more substance of bone, a little more skeletal width, a little more natural thickness. I just don't think she's as attractive fronted. Her neck doesn't sit on the top side of her shoulder quite as well. She gets a little peg-legged, if you will, as she goes off those hind wheels. I just like to loosen her up in terms of the way she handles that hock and pastern. Young man's got that one next. It gives you a nice look. He's a really good showman. I mean, this is a moderate heifer that's not real stretchy, but when he gets her stuck, she gives you a really good maternal look. She's bold sprung, she's deep ribbed, she's square hip. Just too tight on those pasterns when she gets out and go. Just gets pretty rigid on her ankle. Just like to change that about her, and you might be able to slide her up a bit higher. Young lady's got one in the fifth hole that, again, really good bodied. I'll give her the advantage over the one in front of her in terms of the way she handles that hind leg and pastern. Again, a really big bodied one that gives you a nice look. Just like to change her from her shoulder forward. Gets pretty plain headed, pretty short faced. Like to clean her up around the base of that neck. Young man's got a calf that comes out next. It's really green in her appearance, but that's okay. She's good neck. She's good at her shoulder. Tremendous length of body. Again, we'd like to just drop her down in her flank a bit. Wants to pinch her loin down when she goes. Just like to lay that tail head in, need her to her spine. Young man that comes out next has a big, powerful heifer that's got a lot of substance to her. Just gets a little too plain up through that head and neck. We'd like to stretch that neck out, pretty her up all the way through. Heifer that comes out next, this is one of the truly stout females in the class. If you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, she's wide-based, she's big-boned, she's big-footed. To me, she's just too open-shouldered, too PC behind that shoulder, and gets a touch round, if you will. I'd like to change her off that hind wheel as well. Then the young lady that rounds out the class, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to move this one up a couple slots just based on her extension and her angularity up through that front end. But today she's a little bit of a handful for this young lady. She's trying her heart out, but this one just needs a little more body, a little more substance to go ahead and compete higher.
And your results for Class 24. First place goes to entry 310, Barry's Jewel, shown by Hallie Bear of Culver, Oregon. Second place goes to entry 311, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Cullum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 304, BMFK Lucy, shown by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry 306, LFL Jovi, shown by Boone Beggart of Allison, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 309, LFL Junebug, shown by McKinley Beggart of Allison, Texas. Sixth place goes to entry 307, PCOL Jossie, shown by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 308, Sure Jesse, shown by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Eighth place goes to entry 302, Henderson Fly by Night, shown by Aaliyah Smith of Comanche, Oklahoma. And ninth place, entry 312, TF Juicy Fruit, shown by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota. The order for Class 24 in your program was 8, 3, 4, 6, 7, 5, 1, 2. Now in the ring, we have Class 25. Class 25 is September 1st through September 8th, Limflex females. We have entry 316, Auto Jojo, shown by Colton Russell of Bearwick, Illinois. Entry 317, ADLL Jelly Bean, shown by Tyler Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 318, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Entry 319, TASF Jenna, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 320, CELL 1414, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Entry 321, TLRP Judas, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. Entry 322, CELL Jesse, 1404, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 323 is a scratch. Another reminder, the pictures that are being taken, thanks to our generous sponsors like Legacy Livestock Imaging, Attack, Limousin, KLS Farms, Red Rock Limousin, Edwards Landed Cattle, Davis Ranches, and Limousin 365. All you have to do is go to the website and download these images. These pictures are free for you to use. Also remember, if you participated in the photo and or magazine ad contest, to go pick your pictures up in the hospitality area. If you participated in public speaking, you can get your sheets and scores from that in the show office.
You know, I think this is a really close pair up on top. There's certainly some give and take. I opted for the fresher, leaner one of the pair. I just think this heifer has such a future in front of her, you know. I try not to get too wound up in performance on these things because some of them are just get way out there in terms of performance. This one has just enough for me. You know, I would like to see a little more performance in this one, but boy, her build is so good. When you compare her to the one right behind her, the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, the way she ties in through her chest floor back into her shoulder, she's really flexible on the move. You know, not overwhelmingly blessed with muscle, but she certainly has enough. She's good in terms of her rib shape, and as I read her extensions and her dimensions, that's not going to be a small one next year, guys. She's going to go on and grow, and I like where she's at in this juncture of her development. Certainly the more power heifer of the two that's further advanced in terms of her development is in the two-hole. Really have to appreciate the doability and the rib and the power she has. Again, she's another really flexible, sound one. But I think when you compare her to that class winner, she gets a little chesty for a September heifer. She's carrying plenty of bark on her for me at this point in her development. She gets a little high in the center of her back at times as well, just right in the middle of her spine, about that, you know, 9th or 10th vertebrae. She wants to get it up in the air. Good pair of cattle. I just appreciate the added greenness and freshness in that class winner. Look forward to seeing them back here. Young lady that comes in the three-hole here, really an attractive, long-bodied type of female. Certainly one that's acceptable on the move. You know, maybe compared to the ones that go out in front of her, she doesn't have that added striking, sexy front end that our class winner has. Maybe just doesn't have the added power and dimension through the seat of her pants that our second place heifer has. But in her own right, she's very good. She's very complete. She's going to make a nice project for the young lady to turn out and make a cow out of. I like this red heifer that comes out next from a cow standpoint. Really big rib, really bold sprung, really deep-sided. Again, compared to the first three, she's just not quite agile enough in the way she handles that rear pastern and hock. I'd like to strengthen her up behind her shoulder. Young man that comes out next here, you got to appreciate this one on paper. You know, probably the outlier that we've seen all day in terms of calving ease direct, which is an issue in this breed in terms of being a negative birth weight. Yeah, she could be longer and stretchier and cooler looking, but you read this one on paper, you sure have some things to hang your hat on, and I compliment you on that, young man. The heifer that comes out next is built a lot like her in terms of rib, in terms of moderation, in terms of doability. Again, we just like to stretch her out a bit, lengthen her out from hooks to pins compared to some that go out in front of her. Then the young man that rounds out the class, sure, a good calf in his own right, and he's hanging in there doing an awesome job. Heifer that's got some bone, she's got some substance, she's got some rib. I guess to me, she gets that old tail head too high up in the air and gets a little weaker in her loin. She'd sure like to square her up the way she goes from hock to ground. Good group of cattle, good pair up on top.
And your results for Class 25. First place goes to 318 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place, entry 319 TASF Jenna, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third place, entry 322 CELL Jesse, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 316, Auto Jojo, shown by Colton Russell of Berwick, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 320, CELL 1414, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Sixth place, entry 321, TLRP Judas, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. And seventh place, entry 317, ADLL Jelly Bean, shown by Tyler Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. If you're following in the program for Class 25, the order was 471, turn the page, 2563, scratch. Now in the ring, we have our selections for Division 2, Limflex Champion, Reserve, and third overall. From Class 22, first place was 285 LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal. From Class 23, entry 291 Auto Jolene, shown by Tinley Edwards. In Class 24, entry 310 Barry's Jewel, shown by Haley Bear. And from Class 25, entry 318, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck. We also have our second place in each class. Entry 282, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London. Entry 289, Auto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins. Entry 311, PCOL Jessie, shown by Peyton Collum. And entry 319, TASF Jenna, shown by Claire Kessler. Once again, this is your Division II champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
As we get out here in these September and October heifers, and again, really a good lineup out here, and some nice seconds over here. Starting right up front, the young lady's got one that's just got a striking look from the side. You view this one, you study her in terms of her lines, in terms of that silhouette. You like her a great deal. Plenty long, super long from hooks to pins, attractive front end. I guess my concern on her is the structure just a little bit. She's every bit as erect in that shoulder as you'd want to make one. Misses her stride just a little bit as she goes. She's still comfortable, and it doesn't look awkward, but I just like to see her reach out with just a little bit more. But with that being said, just her look and her balance and her performance makes her a factor in this drive. Young lady's got one that came out of the second class, maybe a little bit weaker class, but still a nice representative. She's uniform in her body depth. She's square-hipped. She's acceptable on the move. The heifer that comes out of the third class, we like her rib shape, really bold sprung, really deep ribbed, one that's going to make a good low maintenance cow for this young lady. She's plenty flexible on the move. I guess if we're going to pick on her, she's probably one of the shorter necked ones of the group out here, and at times she wants to get a touch weaker behind her shoulder. And then the heifer that comes out of the last class, as we discussed, not a world beater in terms of performance, she's just enough for me. But, you get out here comparing her to these other ones. She is so fresh, so elegant up through that front end. I like the way she's built. I like her as well as any on the move. And when he gets her stalked, this one really gives you an elegant look. I love her freshness. She's not the biggest or the stoutest or anything else. She's just the best. Congratulations, young man. She's going to be the division winner.
And your Division II Limflex champion comes out of Class 25. Entry 318, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Your Division II Reserve champion also comes out of Class 25, Entry 319, TASF Jenna, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Division II third overall is entry 285, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. The judge is taking a quick break before we start Class 26. Remember, once again, we'd like to make a huge thank you to our breeders and corporate sponsors for making our show possible. If you are here and you have a sponsor banner hanging around the arena, please feel free to take it down and take it home with you at the conclusion of this show today. If you're leaving before the conclusion of the show, Jay Wilder will be happy to assist you with getting it to where it needs to go. Entering the ring, we have a single entry class, 26. We have entry 324 SRFC Jemima, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington.
Just a single entry July heifer. Boy, that's frustrating because she was so nicely presented, and now she's just got that all over herself. But that doesn't take away from the fact this is a very good August heifer. You know, kind of the right size for this juncture of her development. I like her body condition. She's really flexible at the ground. You know, if anything, we might just set her neck on the top of her shoulder a little higher and tighter and clean up the base of that neck. But boy, that's getting nitpicky on an awfully good one. Look forward to seeing her back here.
And your results for class 26. First place goes to entry 324 SRFC Jemima, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Next in, we have class 27. Entry 325 CELL 1403, shown by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. And entry 327 CELL 1401, shown by Carly Payne of Boonesboro, Maryland. These are July 14th and 24th Limflex females. Once again, this is class 27.
What a really nice pair of July heifers out here we have to sort. And the young man's is going to go ahead and win. Just has a little bit more look, a little stronger in her top line, a little better in the way she lays that tail head into her spine. On top of that, both these cattle are more than acceptable in the move. If I'm going to get picky on this one, though, she does tend to short step just a little bit off those hind two. You know, plenty flexible, plenty sound, plenty comfortable looking. Just like to see her reach out a bit more if I'm going to get nitpicky. Young lady with the heifer in two here, no slouch at all. This one just reeks of brood cow, awesome rib shape. I will give her the advantage off that hind leg. I think she does reach out with a little more flexibility. But with that being said, she kind of gets that old tail head up in the air a little bit. We'd like to strengthen her up behind her shoulder compared to that class winner and maybe tuck her in a little tighter in her chest. Good pair. Look forward to seeing them back.
In your results for Class 27, first place goes to entry 325, CELL 1403, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Second place, entry 327, CELL 1401, shown by Carly Payne of Boonesboro, Maryland. Next in, we have Class 28. Class 28 is June 4th through June 12th, Limflex females. We have entry 330, AHBF, Baby Margarita, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. We have entry 331, BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. Entry 332, ATNF Undying Love, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. And entry 334, TASF Jasmine, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Entry 330 is a scratch.
Really a nice trio of cattle out here, and I think the young lady out front just has the one that puts the most good things together. You know, in an ideal world, she does get a touch rugged shouldered for me. I'd just like to lay her in a little slimmer, a little smoother at the point of her shoulder, maybe strengthen her up behind that shoulder. But from about that third rib back, that one's awfully good. I mean, big old square top in her, thick-ended, powerful and authoritative when she gets off that hind wheel. Good female. Look forward to seeing her back. I think it's pretty close, you know, just in terms of elegance. The heifer that comes in two is more up-headed. I prefer the way she blends from shoulder into forearm. She just doesn't have the dimension, the added aesthetics from their back that our class winner possesses, but a good female young lady's been doing a good job with them all day. The heifer in third, my buddy Barron here. That was a tough fall, and he got back up charging, and that's what life's all about. You know, you get knocked down, you get back up, and you got a bright future in this young man. Good type of heifer, going to go out and make a nice cow for you. My congratulations to you three.
And your results for Class 28. First place goes to entry 332 ATNF Undying Love, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 334 TASF Jasmine, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 331 BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. If you're following along in the program, it was Scratch 312. Now we have Class 29. We have entry 339 SHSK Julia, shown by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. We have entry 341, Schilling Joined the Party, shown by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. We have entry 345, SC Julissa, shown by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. We have entry 346, JRHL Lizzo, shown by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Entry 347, WB Jewel, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. And entry 349, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kroger of Amarillo, Texas. Once again, this is Class 29. This is May 3rd through May 22nd, females. Don't forget to see Molly Wilder over here by the awards table for $10 t-shirts that are on sale and $5 laundry bags. We would also like to thank all of our junior board members who have been in the ring and will be in the ring throughout the day. Shelby Hubbard from Oklahoma, Wiley Fanta from Minnesota, Riley Smith from Illinois, Michaela Askey from Arizona, Landry Kleeman from Texas, Samantha Moore from Virginia, Nikki Keaton from Texas, Eliza Truhl from Oklahoma, Lily Mitchell from Wisconsin, and Riley Morris from Missouri. We do appreciate all the work the junior board has put in this week.
Really a good group out here. You know, we got some give and take on down the line, but I don't think there's much give and take up top here. Really an easy class winner. She's the high performing female in the class, really fresh, really sound, really angular. I love her length and levelness from hooks to pins. You know, not just the ultimate sweetest fronted one in the world, but her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder right. She's good enough at the base of her neck. Good type of female. Look forward to seeing her back out here. Very complete. I guess to me the decision was between 2 and 3. Boy, this young lady with the 2 effort, she showed her way into 2. You know, not exactly my kind. She's a little shorter faced, a little plainer headed, a little more moderate, but boy, she gets every inch out of her she can. Super square. I do think she's plenty sound. You know, this one moves good off of her hind wheel. I just like to raise her up and stretch her out just a little bit. Young man coming in next here. Not quite enough horsepower to roll around and get this heifer looking right on, but he's doing a good job. This one just reeks of cow potential to me. I just think she's so real and natural and good in terms of her rib. She's sound and angular at the ground. You know, if I'm going to pick on her, I might change her feet a little bit and just gets a little shellier footed, if you will, but still really flexible, really sound, really a lot of cow power. Wouldn't argue if you wanted to flop 2 and 3. Just a little bit of a divergence in showmanship here, but young man's got a bright future and he's got a nice cow to build around. Young man in 4 also does a great job showing his heifer. You know, at the stand, this one can get up the line a little bit. I think she's square hipped. I think she's big topped. I think she's thick ended. I just don't think she moves good enough. I'd like to loosen her up off her hock and pastern and just see her move out with more athleticism. Maybe clean up her neck a little bit. Gets just a touch crusty in the top side of her neck. But boy, he does an awesome job sticking this heifer, and she really has some parts that he can work with as a breeding program on down the line. Young man with the slicker-haired heifer that comes next. Again, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to bump her up a slot just based on the fact that she does handle that hind wheel better. Beyond that, she gets a little flatter, a little narrower, maybe gets that tail head up in the air ever so slightly, if you will. But boy, that's a good type of female. Going to do a good job for that young man's breeding program. Might like to also lay back her angular shoulder. She gets awful straight up on that front end, but this young man does a lights-out job getting her showed. Heifer that rounds out the class. Sure appreciate her length and her leanness and her freshness. Unfortunately today, she just needs more body, a little more doability, just a little more all-around look and shape to move up the line. But the young lady's been doing a great job all day.
And your results for Class 29. First place goes to entry 339, SHSK Julia, shown by Skylar Ward. Second place goes to entry 341, Schilling Join the Party, shown by Tyler Thomas. Third place goes to entry 349, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kruger. Fourth place goes to entry 345, SC Julissa, shown by Turner Sanders. Fifth place, entry 346, JRHL Lizzo, shown by Connor London. Sixth place, entry 347, WB Jewel, shown by Taylor Post. If you're following in the program for Class 29, the order was 1, 2, scratch, 4, 5, 6, 3. Now we have our class winners in for Division 3, Limflex Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall selection. From Class 26, we have entry 324, SRFZ Jemima, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Class 27, entry 325, CELL 1403, shown by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. From Class 28, we have entry 332, ATNF Undying Love, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. And from Class 29, entry 339, SHSK Julia, shown by Skylar Ward. Second places are also in the ring, entry 327, CELL 1401, shown by Carly Payne of Boonesboro, Maryland. Entry 334, TASF Jasmine, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Entry 341, Schilling Join the Party, shown by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Once again, this is your Division 3 champion, reserve, and 3rd overall selection.
What a good lineup as we get out here to select your intermediate champion. Starting with the August heifer, the young lady's got out front here, just ultra complete. You know, this one is uniform in her body depth. She's got the rib shape she needs. She's ample in terms of just natural shape and dimension. And I like the rig she comes to me in. I think she's good in terms of her composition, certainly acceptable on the move. You know, in an ideal world, we might lengthen her out just a touch, but boy, that's an awfully good one. She's certainly in the thick of the battle out here. The one right behind her, really a nicely presented one, just so deep and so sweepy in terms of that rib, really good-headed. I like to wear neckties on the top side of her shoulder, still good underneath her chin. I just like this one, gives you a good look from the side. You know, one that when you get in behind her, she too is set wide from hooks to pins and gives you a great shapely look. Again, you know, not the longest, stretchiest one in the world or highest performing one, but a good, complete type of female. Heifer that comes out of class 3, you know, as stout as any out here when you just get in behind him and look for natural shape and red meat. Unfortunately, she's a little piecier than the others, you know, just doesn't put herself together quite as good from shoulder into forerib. Actually gets pretty wide and rugged shouldered compared to the ones on either side of her, but you sure have to appreciate the substance and the bone and the power that she brings to the party. Then the heifer that comes out of the last class. Sure, the high-performing one within here, you like that about her. We're still in the beef business, and these cattle need to grow and get after it. I like that about her. She's so fresh in her appearance. You know, this one is lean, but still has plenty of shape. Very ladylike about her head. I love the way she blends from shoulder into forerib and still gets around on a flexible base. I guess, in my opinion, that one finds the champion hole pretty easy in this division. Congratulations, young lady.
And your Division III Limb Flex champion comes out of Class 29, entry 339 SHSK Julia, owned by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. And your reserve champion was entry 325 CELL 1403J, owned by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. And third overall is entry 324 SRFJ Jemima, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Next in, we have Class 30. This begins Division 4. Class 30 is April 16th through 27th females. First in, we have entry 350 SHSK Regina George, shown by Eliza Trull from Skiatook, Oklahoma. We have entry 351 TBHS Princess Harbor, shown by Megan Madewell of Rock Island, Tennessee. We have entry 352 SPBB Jolene, shown by Olivia Jacqueline of Marthasville, Missouri. Entry 353 is a scratch. I don't see entry 354 or 356. 356, excuse me, LAFO Jazzy, shown by Allison Dillingham of Porter, Oklahoma. 357 is Bays Gemma, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. And 358 is Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas.
Boy, really a good one to go ahead and start this class with. Just fresh and angular and attractive from every angle. Certainly one that's flexible enough on the move. You know, not just the hugest body, biggest bodied, softest center, whatever. But at times, I think that gets a little overrated. We've kind of taken that overboard as cattle breeders. I think she's got plenty enough rib. I think she's a really easy class winner. Look forward to seeing her back out here. You know, from there, you got some decisions to make. I think this is the logical place to come in, too. You know, not the most attractive front end one in the world, but just so good through that center body. She's square hips. She's flexible at the ground. She's going to go out and make a powerful, low-maintenance type brood cow. Certainly the heifer right behind her is a little more attractive through that front end, but she gets a little bit more streamlined through that center body, if you will. She, too, gets a little bit plainer headed, but one that's still square and sound and good on the move, just doesn't have the mass that the one that beats her has. Heifer that comes out here in the 4-hole. Again, really a high-performing, long-bodied female, tremendously long from hooks to pins. I guess to me, she gets a little piecier behind her shoulder, gets a touch peg-legged, if you will, when she gets out and goes, but a tremendous amount of length of body, good brood cow prospect for the young lady. The red heifer that comes out next, you know, kind of what you see is what you get. Not a lot of fit, not a lot of hair, but one that's going to go out and be a functional type of brood cow. You know, she doesn't come at you with all the extra bells and whistles of a few of these other ones, but she's easy doing, she's moderate, she's low maintenance. She's going to go out and last for this young lady. Heifer that comes out next, again, got some doability. She's a low maintenance female with some rib. Again, just gets a little plainer, a little more conventional, if you will, compared to some of these others that go out in front of her. But the young lady does a tremendous job. She's got a sound base. She's good at the ground. And the heifer that rounds out the class, that's where she comes up short. Certainly at the stand, she's a female that has some assets to offer. When you set her in motion, she just gets too uncoordinated and outside her stride off those hind two to move her up any higher today.
And your results for Class 30. First place goes to entry 358, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 354, SRFZ Jules, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Third place goes to entry 351, TBFHF Princess Harbor, shown by Megan Madewell of Rock Island, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry 350, SHSK Regina George, shown by Eliza Truhl, Skiatook, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 357, Bays Gemma, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Sixth place goes to entry LAFO Jazzy, shown by Allison Dillingham of Porter, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to entry 352, SPBB Jolene, shown by Olivia Jackeen of Marthasville, Missouri. Your order for Class 30 was 437, scratch, 2651. Next in the ring, we have Class 31. These are April 1st through April 10th females. We have entry 361, Ratliff Jailbreak, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. We have entry 362, LFL Jellybean, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. We have entry 364, WNVU 837, shown by Alex Cunningham of Johnson City, Tennessee. We have entry 365, Schilling Jamboree, shown by Blaine Reed of Brewster, Kansas. We have entry 366, BLEE Jazzy Jade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. We have entry 367, WB Jada, shown by Dylan Young of Grove, Oklahoma. We have entry 368, TASF Juicy Fruit, shown by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And entry 371, RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 31.
What a really good female we have to go ahead and start this class. Just, I could use a lot of ESTs, but I'll just hold it off and say she's the best. I could, in this class, I could unload the book relative to these other ones. Very, very nice female. Look forward to seeing her back out here. And, the decision for me is in that 2, 3, 4 slot. You could mix these cattle up and, kind of depending on where you lay your priorities, you could get them about anywhere you want. But I tell you what, this young man showed his way into second. This heifer's just uniform in her body depth. She's got some rib sweep. She's got some doability. Still plenty flexible enough for the ground. I think she's the best legged of the next three. Maybe gives up a little bit of natural shape and dimension to a couple of the other ones, but she sure has some doability and makes a good cow prospect. Heifer that comes out next, probably the greenest of the group, but so good in terms of her lines, in terms of her natural shape and dimension. We might like to soften her up just a little bit, make her a little easier doing looking, but she sure gives you a great look, very well balanced, and going to be a nice breeding piece for the young man. Heifer that comes out next, at times, this one could have slid up to second. I love her rib shape. She's bold sprung. She's deep ribbed. She's flexible at the ground. I guess to me, she gets a little opened up in that shoulder, gets a little more concave right behind that shoulder and into her forerib. So I find her in the 4-hole. The heifer in the 5-hole, at the stand, this one can play with them too. She has a nice look, good in terms of her rib shape, good in terms of her depth. She's just a bit straighter fronted, wants to open up and swim off that front end compared to the ones that go out in front of her, but one that's good in her lines and very well balanced. Young lady's got one with a lot of power here coming out next, as much dimension and shape as any in the class. She just puts it together in a little plainer package. We just like to lengthen out that neck, maybe make her a little more ladylike about her head, but one that has a lot of things to hang her hat on, going to go home and produce some nice, powerful herd bulls for the young lady. Then the young man that rounds out the class, I won't argue that she has a little more look than the one that goes out in front of her, but beyond that, she too, for as moderate as she is, we like to see her a little looser in her structure, lay her back in her angles, and he's on it right there. She kind of roaches in the middle of her back. He does a really good job sticking her, but just not quite enough performance either.
And your results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 361. Ratliff Jailbreak, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 367, WB Jada, shown by Dylan Young of Grove, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 364, WNVU, shown by Alex Cunningham of Johnson City, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry 371, RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 365, Shilling Jamboree, shown by Blaine Reed of Brewster, Kansas. Sixth place goes to entry 366, BLEE Jazzy Jade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 368, TASF Juicy Fruit, shown by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, Class 31 was 1. Turn your page, scratch 356274. Class 32. In the ring, we have entry 372, DEBV, Jennifer Aniston, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. We have entry 374, CHAC, Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. We have entry 375, L7 Jelly Bean, shown by Rory Peterson of Puquana, South Dakota. Entry 376, CB Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Entry 377, SHSK, Elaine Beans, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Entry 378, PSRF, Josie, shown by Delilah Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. And entry 380, Ratliff, Just About Time, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Once again, this is Class 32 in the ring. These are March 19th through March 28th females.
Boy, what a really good pair up on the top of this class. When you set them in motion is when these cattle sort theirself. I think both of them aesthetically are standouts. Tremendous rib, tremendous shape, tremendous dimension to both of them. I just feel like when you study them down at the ground, at the surface, the heifer that wins the class is just so much more flexible in the way she handles that hock and rear pastern and just places it to the ground with just more fluidity and agility. Certainly a moderate female that's uniform in her body depth. She reads fresh up through that front end still, and just very uniform in her body depth, square and her hooks to pins, and just the all-around complete heifer in the class. You know, this heifer that comes in the two-hole, boy, she's a real breeding piece. Just the tremendous rib she possesses, the amount of bone, and just her body cavity is so unique. You know, when you compare to the one up in front of her, she gets a touch cresty neck. Maybe you'd like to burn that tail head down a little bit. But the biggest difference is she just doesn't want to handle that pastern right out here today. You know, if this one could flex and just be a little looser in that rear pastern, she might get around that one. But the way she's moving today, I got to leave her in the two-hole. The young lady that comes out next, one that's really built good in terms of her lines, really well balanced. I think this one's as sound as any in the class. Unfortunately, she does it on a little more of a slack frame. She just doesn't have the power and three-dimensional shape of those two heifers that go out in front of her, but she does the basics very well. Young lady does a good job getting her shown. Young man heifer that comes out next, wouldn't argue if he wanted the flopper just because there's more heifer here than there is the one that goes out in front of her. But I guess to me, she's got a dab and navel. She's a little plainer up through that front end. But boy, that one is so good through that center body. Big top, thick-ended. Going to be a good low-maintenance type cow for the young man to take home and put into his breeding program. Heifer that comes out next, you really got to appreciate this one on paper. You know, she's a real outlier in terms of calf and knees direct, in terms of her birth weight EPD. I like that in this breed as I study the shoulders and some things that I see. I think that's an issue you guys need to be attentive to, and her numbers are very good. Beyond that, she's a sound female that has some doability, just not quite enough look, not quite enough balance to go ahead and move any higher today. You know, I wouldn't argue that the heifer right behind her is a little more attractive. She's certainly the more up-headed heifer that lays in neater at the point of her shoulder. I guess to me, this one just gets a little too straight in terms of her structure. I just like to see her move out with just a little more freedom, a little more reach off of both ends of her skeleton. But the young lady sure getting all she can out of her, gives her a great look at the stand. And then the red heifer that rounds out the class. Boy, this is an awfully good one to have to finish out the class with, but unfortunately, she's a little too rugged built for me. You know, at times she gets a little over on that left knee, but one that is going to be a herd bull mama. I mean, she is flat full of power and dimension and rib, and certainly has a lot of good things to offer, just like to loosen her up in terms of her structure.
And your results for Class 32. First place goes to entry 377, SHSK Elaine Beans, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 380, Ratliff Just About Time, shown by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry 378, PSRF Josie, shown by Delayla Laver of Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry 372, DEBV Jennifer Aniston, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry 375, L7 Jelly Bean, shown by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Sixth place goes to entry 376, CB Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. And seventh place goes to entry 374, CHAC Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Zashry of Dayton, Texas. Your results for Class 32, 4, 7, 5, 6, 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring, we have Class 33. Class 33 has March 6th through 10th females. We have entry 383, Ratliff Jitterbug, shown by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. We have entry 384, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner, Kersey, Colorado. We have entry 385, TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. And entry 386, DL Jordan, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Once again, this is Class 33 in the ring.
Really a nice pair of heifers up on the top end of this class. I guess the one we're going to go ahead and start with is just a little more my kind in terms of her basic build, mostly down at the ground. Of the 4 heifers out here, she's without question the most correct in her condition. She's the soundest down at the ground. Now, is she the heaviest muscle? No, she's not. But in the real world, she's still got plenty enough to go out and do a good job. And I just like her build so well. I like the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. She's smooth from shoulder to forerib. She's flexible on all angles and ample in terms of shape. Easily the best looking one from the side. Heifer that comes in too, nicely presented, nicely shown. Certainly the high performance heifer in the class that has some power, has some dimension. I guess for me, she just gets choppy in terms of her stride. You just like to see her reach out with a little more athleticism when she goes. Maybe knock that tail head down into her spine just a hair. But sure, one that's going to be a herd bull mama. She's got performance. She's got power. She's so good through that center body. Just not quite as sound as that class winner. Not quite as pretty up through that front end. Young man that comes out next, the last 2 heifers are both kind of cut from the same cloth. Moderate cattle that are powerful and 3-dimensional and shapely. I just think the young man's heifer is so much sounder down at the ground than is the heifer that rounds out the class. The one that finishes out here, I mean, this thing is just chock full of muscle and dimension. However, today it kind of works to her disadvantage. Just a little too much for me. Just gets a little rugged up through that shoulder. He gets a little uncoordinated, a little choppy off those hind wheels, but one that has a lot to hang her hat on in terms of squareness, in terms of substance, in terms of just pure natural dimension.
And your results for Class 33. First place goes to entry 385 TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 384 ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Osner of Kersey, Colorado. Third place goes to entry 386 DL Jordan, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And fourth place goes to entry 383, Ratliff Jitterbug, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. Now entering the ring is Class 34. Class 34 has females born March 1st through March 4th. First in, we have entry 387 CELL 1117, shown by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 388 HUBB Junie B, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Entry 389, TUBB MKNA, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. Entry 392, Berries Jubilee, shown by Rylan Bear of Culver, Oregon. Which one? Okay. Entry 393, CELL 1196, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Entry 394, CELL Jealous, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. Entry 395, SHSK Jolene, shown by Logan Zachary of Dayton, Texas. Entry 396, I believe, is a scratch. Entry 397, RYMO, Crowning Day, shown by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 34 in the ring, females born March 1st through 4th.
You know, this is probably as deep of a class as we've looked at all day. You know, maybe not any outliers on it, but just quality cattle all the way from top to bottom. You know, it's hard to put one in the bottom of this class because there are cattle that just have so many good things to offer. With that being said, I just love the freshness and the realness of this heifer that wins the class. So up-headed, so slick through the point of her shoulder and blends good from front to end. When you get in and really read her, this one has ample shape. She's got a big square loin edge. I mean, she's green and fresh as a gourd, but still sound, flexible, attractive, good class winner. Heifer that goes ahead and comes in second, gives you a real cowy look, just soft-centered, tremendously uniform in that body depth, plenty flexible enough on the move, good big feet on her, compared to the one that wins the class. She is carrying a little bit more flesh. She's a little chestier, maybe a little higher in her tail head, but still one that gives you an ultra good cow look, a lot of quality moving forward for that young lady. Young man does an awesome job getting this heifer showed right here. I guess to me where she falls out of bed compared to the two right in front of her, she's just a little bigger and more rugged in terms of her shoulder. But I'm telling you, for a kid that's showing one with one arm and no stick, that is absolutely impressive because that's a good heifer. Lots of things to hang her hat on. She's sound, she's square, just a little bit coarse for me as you study her through her front 1/3. Heifer that comes out next, again, a real cowy one that's flexible, agile, has the great ability to get around the ring, good in terms of her joint work. Compared to some of those that go out in front of her, she just flattens out a bit from hooks to pins and down through the seat of her pants. Maybe like to give her a bit more substance of bone. The same can be said about the next heifer that comes out. Really, really good in terms of her build, in terms of her balance, in terms of her lines and silhouette. However, just not quite enough heifer when you get out in this group. We'd like to lay that tail head a bit neater into her spine, just power her up all the way through. Young lady does an awesome job getting her stuck. Heifer that comes out next, again, you hate to see a heifer this good down this low, but one that's just so good in terms of her structure, good off that hind leg, gets a little weaker behind her shoulder, maybe a touch rounder shouldered, wants to throw those front feet out just a bit, but sure, one that gives you a nice look, lots of balance, lots of quality. Young man that comes out next, again, very frustrating that you're getting toward this end of the class because you're going to go home and that heifer's going to do very well for you. You just ran into a group of good ones. I guess to me, she gets a little deeper in the base of her neck, a bit plainer about her head. We'd just like to give her a little more pop when you set in behind her. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, again, a good brood cow in her own right. She's got some doability. She's acceptable down at the ground. Just needs more look, more balance. I'd like to square her up a touch and stouten her up from hooks to pins.
And your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 389, TUBB MKNA, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. Second place goes to entry 393, CELL 1196, shown by Kylie Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 395, SHSK Jolene, shown by Logan Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 387, CELL 1117, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 397, RYMO Crowning Day, shown by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 388, HUBB Junie B, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Seventh place goes to entry 392, Barry's Jubilee, shown by Rylan Bear of Culver, Oregon. And eighth place goes to entry 394, CELL Jealous, shown by Taylor Simonson of Linden, Washington. If you're following in your program for Class 34, the order is 4617283. Turn the page, scratch 5. We now have in the ring Division 4 selection for champion, reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 30 is entry 358, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. First place in Class 31, entry 361, Ratliff Jailbreak, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Class 32, first place was 377, SHSK, Elaine Bennis, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Class 33, first place was 385 TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. And Class 34, first place was entry 389 TUBB MKNA, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. Our second place winners in the ring are from our entry 354 SRFC Jules, shown by Taylor Simonson. Entry 367 WB Jada, shown by Dylan Young. Entry 380 Ratliff Just About Time, shown by Riley Stockdale. Entry 384 ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner. And entry 393 CELL 1196, shown by Kylie Anderson. Once again, this is your Division 4 selection of champion reserve and third overall.
Boy, what a lineup out here. You know, at times like this, you think maybe you ought to go a little deeper than three because there's a lot of power out here, a lot of quality. You know, of these 5 class winners, you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they're all cut from the same cloth because they're not, but they're all cut from awfully good quality cloth, I can tell you that. You know, starting right up front with the heifer out of the first class. Just really elegant, really long-bodied, really attractive. You know, maybe compared to a few of the others out here, not quite as stout. I guess my biggest concern on her is that structure out of her front end. Is she just laid back enough in that angular shoulder, you know, and does she reach out quite enough compared to some of these others? But boy, that's a striking, good female that has a lot of quality. The one right behind her just reeks of brood cow, man. This thing is so deep and so good in terms of that rib shape. You know, she's not long neck, but the shape of it is so good. When she gets her head up, the neck comes out of the top of her shoulder so good. She's good from the point of her shoulder into her forerib. You know, in an ideal world, we could make her a touch longer, you know. You got to stay, you know, not the super squarish hip one, but boy, when she gets out and going, she collects herself and just really reeks of brood cow, tremendous, tremendous power cow. One right behind her came out of a really good pair in that class. I mean, just so sound, so uniform in her body depth, so attractive. This one just reeks of femininity. I love her head. I love the way she blends from shoulder into forerib. You know, maybe compared to the one right behind her, not quite as soft and uniform and from flank up to forerib. But boy, she's a big factor out in this drive. I like her a great deal. The heifer that comes out of the next class got here by virtue of her soundness within that class. She's an up-headed, attractive fronted one that's fresh in her appearance. You know, maybe compared to a few of the others out here, she falls out of bed right behind her shoulder. Gets a little weaker behind that shoulder from the side, gets a little more concave from behind, but sure, a nice breeding piece for the young lady, has a lot of quality. Then the heifer that comes out of the last class. You know, this one is lean. She's fresh. She's attractive. You know, is there just enough power to compete with a couple of these heifers? I don't know. But, I mean, this one sure gives you an awesome look from the side. I like her head. I like the way she blends through her shoulder and forerib. Again, could we power her up, give her a touch more bone? Sure we could. But, boy, she's right in the thick of the hunt out here as well. You know, maybe in an ideal world she could reach out and just flex a little bit more off that hind wheel. But that sure is a striking, fresh, lean one that has a lot of quality. With that being said, I'm going to take one more look at these. We're going to get you guys the top 3.
In your Division 4, Limb Flex champion comes out of Class 31, Entry 361, Ratliff Jailbreak, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Your Division 4 Reserve champion is Entry 377, SHSK Elaine Bennis, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And third overall is Entry 389, TUBB MKNA, shown by Colton Barton of Gerald, Texas. Next in the ring, we will have Class 35. This begins Division 5. Class 35 has February 18th through February 26th females. We have Entry 401, CHR Jules, shown by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 403, ROMN Jet Setter, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Entry 406, Jetfire, shown by Kawaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. And Entry 407, DLCN Jingle, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Once again, this is Class 35 in the ring.
Really a nice class winner. You know, it's freshness, leanness, elegance, whichever you prefer. They have this heifer find her way to the top of the class. She's just the most ladylike in her build. I like the way she is at the point of her shoulder back into her forerib. I like the rig, the composition she comes to us in. A female that's attractive fronted, good in her lines, good at the ground, easy class winner. You know, from there you got some decisions to make. You have a trio of females that are really cut from the same cloth. You know, moderate, big-bodied cattle that are square and have some muscle dimension. With that being said, I think the young ladies has the most look of those three. She is the squarest and truest from hooks to pins, the most up-headed of those three. Yeah, I'd like to lean her down quite a bit and maybe melt some of that grease off of her, but that's an attractive female that has a lot of quality, a lot of natural shape to her. Same can be said about the female that comes behind her. Really opened up and robust through that rib, really thick-ended. Female that's stout-featured. She's not as good-legged as the one that goes out in front of her, and I'd like to lay her down neater into her tailhead compared to that one out in front of her. Young man's calf that rounds out the class. Again, you have to appreciate the moderation, the rib, the doability in this one, but maybe works to her disadvantage. Again, I'd like to lean her up just a little bit. She gets a touch cresty about her neck, maybe a little bit discombobulated in the way she handles those hind wheels, but a good foursome, really a good class winner.
And your results for Class 35. First place goes to entry 401 CHR Jules, shown by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 406 Jetfire, shown by Kuwaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 407 DLCN Jingle, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Fourth place goes to 403 ROMN Jet Setter, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. If you're following along in the program, Class 35's order 1423. Now entering the ring, we have Class 36. This is February females born February 5th through 2nd. We have entry 414 TASF Jerica, shown by Kylie White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Entry 415 Winslow's Miss Lantana, shown by Harper Simpson of Rochester, Indiana. Entry 417 ALYN Jazzy, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Entry 418 LFL Juliet, shown by Porter Hughes Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Entry 419 LJRJ CSVN Miss Jalera, shown by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And entry 420 DL Jezebel, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska.
Boy, what an awesome pair of females up on the top of the end of this class. There's some give and take in these. I guess I opted for the one that just has a little more performance and a little more cushion when she goes off of that front end. Just super up-headed. I love the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. She has an obvious advantage in performance and length of body over the heifer that's right behind her. When you set her in motion, she's so flexible, almost to a fault, that I'd just like to see her plant with just a little more authority off that hind wheel, just a little squarer from hock to ground as she goes away from you. But boy, that is a soft-centered, easy-doing, sound, functional one that's going to go out and last a long time. The young man with the heifer in second. This one is just really striking. He's an awesome showman. He gets every inch out of her he can. Just so good in terms of that rib shape, bold sprung, deep rib, square hip type of female. Is she kind of moderate? Yeah, she's plenty moderate. And I think one of the biggest differences, she just doesn't reach out with the aggression off that front end, particularly off that left front compared to the one that goes out in front of you. But you got to get nitpicky when you got two females that good. Look forward to seeing both of them back out here. Nice pair of heifers, gentlemen. Heifer that comes out next just got some doability to her, you know, not quite the look that those two that go out in front of her possess, but you sure have to appreciate her for the rib and the center body and the natural shape when you get in behind her. She too is very sound, very flexible, very agile. I appreciate her growth numbers on papers, one of the real big outliers, up near 150 on yearling. Appreciate that about her. The heifer that looks like she's a 150 on yearling on paper is the one coming in for. You certainly have to appreciate the performance and the assets she has from that standpoint. I guess to me, it's structure that falls her into the fourth place. You know, she's good enough off that hind wheel, but I think she's going to be kind of a high maintenance cow. Just wants to swim out of that front end, particularly that left front. She wants to get it out pretty good. But boy, that is a nicely presented, nicely shown, really good breeding piece for the young lady to go home and work with. Heifer that comes out next, and again, a really good female in her own right, you know, just runs out of bells and whistles and added look, particularly up through that front 1/3. She gets a little plainer headed, a touch chestier, but sure appreciate her soundness, her rib, and her doability. The young man that rounds out the class, again, a good type of cattle, you know, bold sprung, deep ribbed, you know, going to go out and be a low maintenance type of cow, going to go out and make money for this young man and going to last a long time. Unfortunately, there's a lot of good looking ones up ahead of you. Just needs a little more balance.
In your results for Class 36, first place goes to entry 419, LJRJ CSVN Miss Jalera, shown by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 420, DL Jezebel, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place, entry 414, TASF Jerica, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Fourth place, entry 415, Winslow's Miss Lantana, shown by Harper Simpson of Rochester, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 417, ALYN Jazzy, shown by Ashlyn Osner of Kersey, Colorado. And sixth place, entry 418, LFL Juliet, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. In the program, if you're following along, Class 36 order was 345. Turn the page 612. Next in, we have Class 37. 37 is January 20th through January 30th, females. We have entry 422, LJRJ CSVN Miss Follow Me, shown by Olivia Martins of Moana, Iowa. Entry 423, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 424, CLAC Sadie, shown by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. Entry 426 was a scratch. Entry 427, CELL 1019, shown by Tavia Seymour of Knob Noster, Missouri. Entry 429, M-Day Miss Valley Apple, shown by Haley Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And entry 430, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galota from Independence, Louisiana. Once again, this is Class 37 in the ring. Females born January 20th through 30th.
All right, what a nice group out here. Young lady that's going to go ahead and win the class just does a great job getting this heifer showed. Really a nicely presented female. I like her rib, I like her durability, I like her squareness. Gives you an attractive profile, really good in her lines. I guess to me, she's moderate. I'd like to peel some bark off this one. She's pushing plenty of grace for me at this juncture of her development, but still needs to win this class. I think you melt her down. She's still the best one, but I do appreciate all the quality in her. Just like to see her a bit leaner right now. Heifer that comes out in 2 certainly has that advantage, as well as an advantage in performance. She is the longer neck, more up-headed female of the pair, and maybe even sets in a little bit better at the point of her shoulder. I guess when you compare her back to the class winner, she's not as good right behind her shoulder. She's not as square and true from hooks to pins, and just doesn't give you quite as striking of a look, but I do appreciate her condition better than the class winner. The one that comes out in 3, again, it's one of those what you see is what you get. Not a lot of hair, but a lot of quality here. Female that's good in her lines, good in her aesthetics, is ample in terms of shape and plenty sound down at the ground. Just ran into 2 in front of her that have a little bit more balance, a little bit more look. Heifer that comes out next, sure appreciate the power and the 3-dimensional shape she possesses. Just gets a little plainer up through that front 1/3, if you will. Like to peel some brisket out of her and stretch that old neck out just a bit. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, one that's got some length, got some substance to her. We just like to lay that tail head in, knead her into her spine, maybe see her get out and move with a little bit more agility. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, again, sure appreciate her ability to convert, her doability, but again, we'd like to change her in terms of her structure, particularly when you study her off those hind 2.
And your results for Class 37. First place goes to entry 429, M. Day Miss Valley Apple, shown by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place, entry 423, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Third place, entry 430, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galota of Independence, Louisiana. Fourth place, entry 422, LJRJ CSVN Miss Follow Me, shown by Olivia Martins of Monona, Iowa. Fifth place, entry 424, CLAC Sadie, shown by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. And sixth place, entry 427, CELL 1019, shown by Tavia Seymour of Knob Noster, Missouri. If you're following along in your program, the order for 37 was 425, scratch 613. Class 38 is in the ring. We have Class 38, which is January 4th through January 16th females. We have entry 431, Campbellco Vision, shown by Dagan Murray of Auburn, Kansas. Entry 432, SHSK Stella, shown by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Entry 433, SHSK Jazzy, shown by Sloan Moss of Lufkin, Texas. Entry 434, DLCN Juicy Fruit, shown by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Entry 436, DL Just One Look, shown by J. Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Entry 438, PRF RNK Jasmine, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And entry 468, which that was a correction. It was changed from 440 to 468 in your program. COBN Jenny, shown by Kirsten Hasselmeyer of Gerald, Texas. Once again, this is Class 38 in the ring.
Another good class, maybe not that handle that jumps out and says, grab a hold of me, but a lot of good cattle, especially this top trio, cattle differing in kinds. Young man's doing a really good job with this heifer up front, and I just think when you stand back and look at these, this one has the most totals. She's the best bone, she's the best in terms of her foot, she's flexible, she's sound down at the ground, and I just like her outline the best. I think she's the freshest in her condition. If you're going to get picky on this one, gets a little bit high in that scapula, maybe a little weaker behind her shoulder, but that's a lot of heifer for this young man to show and keep her top up too, and he's doing an awesome job at it, and he's got him a junior national class winner. Congratulations. The heifer in 2, certainly one of the power heifers in the class. She's extremely long-bodied. She's fresh in her condition too. She's in the right rig condition. Unfortunately for me, probably the bulkiest, widest part of her body is up through her front 1/3. I just like to lay her in neater about her shoulder, from shoulder to forerib. She just gets too massive for me up around that front 1/3. From there back, she can win the class. She's good hips. She's good off that hind leg. She's uniform in that body depth. Just like to change that front end, change that transition from shoulder into forerib. The heifer that comes next has that advantage. She is strong behind her shoulder. She is good at the point of her shoulder. But part of that is there's probably not as much stoutness, quite as much heifer in this one as there is in the other 2. I like her lines. She's square and level from hooks to pins. This young lady always gets the max amount out of them, showing them. She just gets plainer through that front 1/3, just a touch stale compared to those 2 that go out in front of her, if you will. But a good trio of heifers up on top. Here in 4 and 5, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to flop this pair. Young man's calf is just more attractive fronted, lays in a little smoother at the point of her shoulder. Sure, I'd like to strengthen her up right behind that shoulder and open up that body cavity just a bit, but still an attractive fronted female that's good off her hind wheel and has a lot of quality to hang her hat on. Certainly the young man's calf coming out next is better behind that shoulder and more uniform in her body depth, but she just doesn't come to us with as much substance, as much bone, as much power, and she gets a bit plainer up through that front end. Heifer that rounds out the class, again, that's a very nice female to be rounding out a class at the Junior National, but she just gets a little too piecey, a little too short-strided compared to some of these others. Would just like to change her in the way she ties in from shoulder to forerib.
And the results for Class 38, first place goes to entry 438, PRF R&K Jasmine, shown by Brock Freed. Second place goes to entry 432, SHSK Stella, shown by Skylar Ward. Third place goes to entry 468, COBN Jenny, shown by Kirsten Hesselmeyer. Fourth place, entry 434, DLCN Juicy Fruit, shown by Turner Sanders. Fifth place, DL Just One Look, shown by J. Tanner Brown. And sixth place, entry 431, Campbell Co. Vision, shown by Dagan Murray. If you're following along in your program, Class 38, order was 6-2, turn the page, scratch, 4, 5, 1, 3. We are now moving into our Division 5 Limflex Champion, Reserve Champion, and third overall selection. First places in each class of this division, entry 401, CHR Jules, shown by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. First place in Class 36 is entry 419, LJRJ CSVM Miss Jalera, shown by Kelton Author of Stillwater, Oklahoma. First place in Class 37 was entry 429, M-Day Miss Valley Apple, shown by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And from Class 38, first place was 438, PRF R&K Jasmine, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Second places in this division, entry 406, Jetfire, shown by Kauai Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 420, DJ Jezebel, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place in Class 37 is 423, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And from Class 38, entry 432, SHSK Stella, shown by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Once again, this is your Division 5 Limflex champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Again, an excellent lineup out here as we select your junior yearling champion. You know, starting right up here up front, young lady that won the first class. Just a heifer that's so good in terms of her balance, in terms of her angles, in terms of just that outward silhouette and look she gives us. Neck comes out of her shoulder right. Just so good. Good in terms of her view from the side. You know, when you get in behind her, is there enough power, enough three-dimensional shape to go ahead and get into this top three? I don't know just yet, but she sure has a bright future and a lot of aesthetic quality. Class 2 was a good class. I mean, that was a pair of heifers in there that are sound, fresh, lean, good looking, and just have a lot of quality to hang their hat on. I enjoyed looking at them. I'm enjoying looking at that pair of heifers again. You know, this heifer, so good through her center body, square hips, so sound and angular up through that front end. I love her head. Just has a really good female head. You know, if I'm going to pick on this one a little bit, she's not just hammer-legged. She's sound, she's flexible, but she doesn't just plant that thing all the time, but that's getting nitpicky on an awfully, awfully good heifer. The one right behind her, sure nicely presented, good haired. Young lady always gets this thing stuck to the nines. Really square hip, really shapely, really good in her rib. As we discussed in class, I'd sure like to melt this one down a little bit and peel 3 or 4/10 off of her because I still think she'd be competitive out within this group. She is moderate, but she has just such a nice build to her. I think she's still a factor out this drive. And then our young man that came out of class 4 here, I'm enjoying watching him show. He's serious business. This heifer's up-headed. She's good through that center rib. You know, gets a little weaker in her top line. You know, we'd like to change the way she ties from that scapula into her forerib. But boy, this is a really good project for this young man to start with, and her basics are really, really good. With that being said, I thought class 2 was awesome. We're sticking with those two for champion and reserve. We're going to come back with this heifer for third.
And your Division 5 Limb Flex champion is entry 419, LJRJ CSVM Miss Jalera, shown by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion is entry 420, DL Jezebel, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And third overall, Division 5 is entry 429, M-Day, Miss Valley Apple, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Now we should be having class 39. Entering the ring, class 39 is November 1st through November 25th, females. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. We have entry 442, DLCN Hot Tamale, shown by Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. Then we have entry 444, Auto Halo, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. We have entry 445, Auto Henna, shown by Ambrielle Lopez of Comanche, Oklahoma. Entry 446, GETZ Honor Roll, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 450, ELCX Highness, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is class 39, November 1st through 25th, females. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our generous sponsors, but make sure you check out the pictures on Legacy Livestock Imaging website. All the pictures are sponsored from Legacy Livestock Imaging, Attack Limousin, KLS Farms, Red Rock Limousin, Edwards Landing Cattle, Davis Ranches, and Limousin 365. These pictures are free to our exhibitors. Also, don't forget, if you've participated in photo or magazine, you need to go get your pictures off the wall or your magazine ads off the wall. If you participated in public speaking, you can pick up your score sheets in the office.
A really good group out here. You know, maybe not one that just jumps out and grab you, but I think we have a real good landing place in this young lady's heifer. I think really an obvious winner relative to the class. She's uniform in her body depth. She's square hips. She's the soundest female out here. When you get underneath her, you can tell she's long bred, developing a pretty nice udder. I like that about her. You know, in an ideal world, we might pull a dab of chest out of her, but a really good female, easy class winner. You know, the heifer in two gives you a nice look as well. Good through that center body. You know, one that's got some good bone work. She gets around on a relatively flexible base. I'd really like to grind that tail head down on her quite a bit, you know, to change her to go ahead and compete with this one in front of her. Maybe just refine that udder ever so slightly underneath her. But this one is good necked, good shouldered, certainly has some good parts, and it's going to be a nice breeding piece for this young lady's program. 3, 4, 5, you know, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to flip-flop these. It just kind of depends where your priorities lie. Just the basic outline is what I prefer about this heifer in 3. She's good in terms of her lines, good, nicely balanced, uniform in terms of her body depth. So I think she logically falls into the third hole for me. Does she have enough muscle? Probably not, but she has enough of an advantage in balance and symmetry to go ahead and leave her in the 3 hole. The heifer in 4 is similar to her in terms of build, in terms of being a long-bodied one. That's good in terms of her uniformity of depth. You know, we'd like to change this one's tail head. You know, her grow bone kind of lays down into her spine a bit. Might like to power her up a little bit compared to some of those others. Certainly the heifer that rounds out the class does have more power than those two that go out in front of her. You know, a heifer that's really big rib, thick top, thick-ended. Young man struggling just a little bit today, but we'd like to lean this one up a bit. Particularly, we'd just like to change the way she gets out off those hind wheels. Just gets a little uncoordinated. We'd like to square her up from hock to ground.
And your results for class 39. First place goes to entry 446, GETZ Honor Roll, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshville, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 450, ELCX Highness, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 445, Auto Henna, shown by Ambrielle Lopez of Comanche, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 442, Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. And fifth place goes to entry 444, Auto Halo, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. If you're following in the program, Class 39's order was 45312. Now entering the ring, we have Class 40. These are October 2nd through October 23rd females. We have entry 451, TASF GVAH Heine, shown by Carter Carnegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We have entry 452, TASF High Class, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. We have entry 453, Legs Hippie Chick, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. We have entry 454, Auto Honey, shown by Kinley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Entry 455, SMSZ High Fashion, shown by Wesleyan Austin of Weatherford, Texas. And entry 457, Auto Haven, shown by Dylan Young of Grove, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 40, October 2nd through 23rd females.
Another nice class of senior yearlings, and I think we have a really logical landing spot in this young lady's heifer. You know, frame size is really irrelevant to me. I'm just all about quality and totals and everything else. You know, this is a good size female, but she's a good female. She's so uniform in her body depth. She's the most correct in her condition out here. You know, really attractive front end, lays in neat through her shoulder, really flexible at the ground, long and square from hooks to pins. I guess, in my opinion, a relatively easy class winner. Look forward to seeing her back out here. You know, from there you got some decisions to make, but I think this young lady's heifer needs to find the two hole pretty quick. You know, she does a great job showing this one, just really bold sprung and robust through that center body. Compared to that class winner, she's not as attractive fronted. She's got a dab of brisket in her, you know, not as long from hooks to pins as is the class winner, but that is sure a good bodied, level designed one that is good off her hind leg and sure has a lot of quality to offer. Compared to the ones right in behind her, she's so much better in her carriage, the way she holds that loin up when she goes and the way her tail head lays into her spine. The heifer that comes out next, you know, sure like her body cavity. This one is so long-bodied and so uniform in terms of that body depth. You know, I don't really love her head, you know, gets a little plainer headed to me. Certainly gets that tail head up in the air and that loin down when she gets to go. That's part of being a senior yearling, long bred, but, you know, she just needs a dab more muscle to go ahead and hold that top up. Heifer that comes out next, you know, I like the udder coming down on this. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to flip-flop this pair. I think this one is more attractive headed and better at the point of her shoulder. However, she does get a little weaker behind her shoulder. She's not as long-bodied as the one in front of her, but I think she's going to go out and make a dynamite brood cow for this young man. Heifer that comes out next, a really moderate, one of the truly stout, wide-based females in the class. She's really bold sprung, really deep rib, getting along long with calf. I guess for me, she just gets a little round, if you will, both shoulder and through her hip. You know, we'd like to lay that tail head a little deeper into her spine, maybe loosen her up off that pastern. But boy, that's one chock full of power and three-dimensional shape. I like her a great deal. Then the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. I appreciate his honesty, but it's pretty obvious she's not far along as calf as some of these others, but still a very good female. She's good-legged, she's sound, she's square. She's going to be a nice piece to your breeding program.
And your results for class number 40. First place goes to entry 451 TASF GVAH Heine, shown by Carter Cornegie from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 455 SMSC High Fashion, shown by Wesleyan Austin of Weatherford, Texas. Third place goes to entry 452 TASF High Class, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 453, Legs Hippie Chick, shown by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 554, Auto Honey, shown by Kenley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. And sixth place, entry 457, Auto Haven, shown by Dylan Young of Grove, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, class 40, order 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6. Now we have our last class of the day entering the ring. This is class 41. Entry 459 DLCN Halo, shown by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Entry 460 SC Halo, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knob, Neuster, Missouri. Entry 462 CHR COBN Henley, shown by Callan Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Entry 463 GETZ Holy, shown by Josie Chandler of Nenica, Oklahoma. And entry 464 2T Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. And entry 466 DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is class 41 in the ring. These are September 6th through 18th Limflex females.
Really a nice trio of heifers up here on top. A shame I couldn't get a little better look at that heifer in second. She's really wanting to fight and get out of this ring, but I think this top pair is extremely close. The young man that's going to go ahead and win the class, I like the condition this one's in. Really fresh up about that front end, lays in neat at her shoulder. So good in terms of her lines and so good in terms of the way she has that, of her carriage of that top line for one that's getting long bred to get around the ring and still carry that dead level like she does. I appreciate that. You know, if I'm going to pick on this one, she's plenty straight fronted. You know, I'd like to lay that angular shoulder back, see her move out with a lot more reach off of that front end, but still a very athletically pleasing female that has a lot of look to. The young man's heifer coming in second here, just a little frustrating. That's a lot of heifer for that little young man to handle, but that's a lot of good heifer. I mean, she's got a lot of power, a lot of dimension. She's certainly the soundest heifer out here within the class. I like her bone work. I like her substance. I like her skeletal width. Sure, she's got a little bit of navel underneath, got a dab of shoulder, but sure, a good female that's going to do a good job in that young man's breeding program on down the road. He's a tough kid, and he's really hanging with it. She's wanting to give him fits. The heifer here in third, certainly, again, one that's good in terms of her lines. Maybe runs out of power compared to the one right in front of her, runs out of look compared to the one that wins the class. But she's a really nice middle-of-the-road cow prospect that's going to go home and raise a lot of good ones for this young man. He's a great stick and gets every inch of her he can all the time. Heifer coming out here in fourth. Sure appreciate her in terms of her levelness of hip and her squareness as you view her from the side. I guess beyond that, she gets pretty jammed up in terms of the way she moves. We'd like to see her move out with just a little more athleticism off of both ends of her skeleton. Young lady with the moderate heifer that comes out next. Sure would like to see maybe just a touch more power and three-dimensional shape in this one. More importantly, we might like to clean up that udder development just a bit, but really an attractive fronted, sound-footed one that gets around the ring just with a little more agility compared to the one right behind her. Certainly the female that rounds out the class has more rib and depth to her side and doability than does the female right in front of her, but that's kind of where it ends. She gets just wants to shuffle off them hind two and get outside of her stride. We'd surely like to strengthen up her loin and lean her out just a touch.
And your results for Class 41. First place goes to entry 464 2T Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place, entry 462 CHRCOBN Henley, shown by Callan Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 466 DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fourth place goes to entry 460 SC Halo, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knob Noster, Missouri. Place goes to entry 463 GETZ Holly, shown by Josie Chandler of Ninica, Oklahoma. And sixth place goes to entry 459 DLCN Halo, shown by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Your results for Class 41 in the program, the order is 642-513. Now we will do our Division 6 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. Coming in from Class 39, first place was entry 446, GETZ Honor Roll, shown by Ellie Deal. From Class 40, entry 451, TASF GVAH Heine, shown by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Class 41, first place was entry 464, 2T Hosta, Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place in this division classes, entry 450, ELCX Highness by Carly Favor. Entry 455, SMSC High Fashion, shown by Westlyn Austin. And entry 462, CHCOBN Henley, shown by Callan Kinder. Once again, this is your Division 6 champion, reserve, third overall selection, and then we will move into the Grand Champion Drive.
Really a nice lineup out here as we select your champion here in the senior yearling division. Starting with the heifer up front. Young lady's been bringing good cattle at me all day. They're all so good fundamentally. This heifer's good at the ground, uniform in her body depth. She's level and square from hooks to pins. You know, if you're going to pick on this one a little bit, she wants to open up through that chest floor ever so slightly. I'd like to lean her up in terms of her brisket, but she's sure a good one, and she's sure in the thick of the battle here. Young lady that comes out of class 2, she's kind of a combination type female, gives you a great look while still being very fresh in her condition. She lays in neat through her shoulder. She's long-sided. She's got some substance. She's got some power to her. Just a really middle-of-the-road type female. Might like to see her just a little further bred, a little sweepier in that rib, but that's getting nitpicky on a very, very good female. Then the young man that just came out of the last class, we like the lines in this one a great deal. Uniform in that body depth, really good headed. I like the way her neck sits up on the top of her shoulder. As we said in class, you know, this one's as straight fronted as I want to make one. I think she's acceptable, but we sure like to lay that angle of shoulder back just a touch. But she's sure still a factor. She overcompensates for it on reaching out off that hind end, and she sure is attractive from the side. Good class she came out of. Good lineup out here. I'm going to go out here and slap you 3.
And your Division 6 Limflex champion comes out of Class 40, entry 451, TASF GVAF Heine, shown by Carter Cornegie from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion of Division 6 is entry 446, GETZ Honor Roll, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And your third overall is entry 464, 2T Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. The judge needed a quick 5-minute break, and then we will begin our grand drive. Once again, don't forget to pick up any photos, magazine ads that you entered, along with state boards. Also, your public speaking sheets are in the show office. We are ready to go. We will now have our Grand Champion Limflex Female Drive. We will be picking a Grand, Reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. For Division 1, we have entry 275 MKLN 1105, shown by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. For Division 2, we have entry 318 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Division 3, we have entry 339 SHSK Julia, shown by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Division 4, we have entry 361 Ratliff Jailbreak, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Division 5, we have entry 419 LJRJCSVM Miss Gilera, shown by Kelton Author of Stillwater, Oklahoma. In Division 6, we have entry 451 TASFGVAF Heine, shown by Carter Cornegie from Tulsa, Oklahoma. We also have our Reserve Division winners. From Division 1, Reserve was entry 276 TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Division 2 was entry 319 TASF Jenna, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Division 3 Reserve Champion was entry 325 CELL 1403, shown by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Reserve for Division 4 was entry 377 SHSK Elaine Bennis, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Reserve for Division 5 was entry 420 DL Jezebel, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And Reserve Division 6 was entry 446 GETZ Honor Roll, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is your Limflex Grand Champion Drive.
All right. Well, this is what we've been waiting for. I'll talk for a little bit so you can guys get on your way, but I'm going to take a minute just to thank the association and everyone involved. You guys put on a tremendous event. I can't think of a more courteous, well-rounded group of kids that I've ever had a chance to work with in my life. It's just been an awesome day, awesome experience. You know, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity. This means the world to me. I love cattle. I love the cattle business. I love the people that are involved with it. And I promise you, when I come out here, you get my best. Whether you agree with that or not, you know, I'm coming out here. I'm going to pick the one that I would take home and start my program with if I were to have Limmies, or do what I'm going to do with, because it's my opinion today. You know, all these are not exactly the same kind. You know, you look out here and you say, they're a little different kind. But I judge totals, you know. Even in my breeding program at home, I've taken 5.5 frame cattle and made them work. I've taken 7 frame cattle and make them work. You know, you just got to go with totals. And I think there are cattle out here, they're just chock full of totals. You know, I'm not going to talk these a whole lot. I'm going to go down the line and give you a few thoughts of who's kind of in the hunt. But more than anything, I just want to thank you guys. It's been an awesome experience. You know, I'm not always the most likable guy in the show ring. I get my head down. I got a bad look on my face sometimes. But that's what's awesome about this business is you do it long enough, people start to appreciate what you do and the work you put in. Like I said, I'm not always the smiliest guy, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate the business that I'm in, and I don't appreciate the opportunity to make a living in the cattle business. And I very much appreciate the opportunity to sort these great kids and these great cattle today. Thank you very much. One more thing I'm going to hit on. I talked about it during the Purebred show earlier. You guys got the best friends in the world you're ever going to make. You don't even know it. And I talked about the journey. Enjoy your time, you know. Enjoy your time here. I know everybody's not going to win, and we're all competitive. That's why we drive all the way across the country to get to do this, because we want to win, and we are competitive, and we want to make our cattle better. And certainly, thank your parents. I'd hate to guess the total fuel bill that it cost to get to Amarillo, Texas this week, but it would be absolutely astronomical. I mean, I've been hearing them from Washington and Pennsylvania and Maryland, and that's no short trip. I mean, that's flat out commitment, and I hope I gave you guys enough of a commitment to you. You got my best. You know, I sorted the cattle to my best of my ability, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I think I found the best cattle, so I'm happy with that. Talk to cattle real quick. A young lady that come out of the senior yearling division, good female, you know, probably not going to be a factor in this drive today, but boy, sure a good breeding piece for her. We'd like to see a little more udder on her, but just a quality aesthetic look to this one. Division right in front of her, boy, there was 2 powerful ones in there. I mean, this heifer is so elegant-headed and good at her shoulder, just as sound at the ground as anything we've looked at all day, while still being bold sprung and uniform in that body depth. You know, as we said, in an ideal world, I might just hammer out that leg a little square to the ground, but that's getting nitpicky on a big factor out here. She's a good female. The one that comes out of the division in front of her is sure a factor as well. You know, maybe a little more compact compared to these others. And, you know, like I said, I'm just judging totals, but boy, this one just reeks of brood cow to me. I just love her body depth and her uniformity of body depth. So square and true from hooks to pins, yet still elegant enough up through that front end and enough length for me. Would I like to stretch her out of hair? Sure I would, but that's a very good female. The May heifer that came at us, she was a real standout in her division. A lot of performance, a lot of length, a lot of power. You know, maybe compared to a few of these others, just not quite as elegant up through that front end, but sure have to appreciate her for her durability and her performance and the length and the power she possesses while still doing it on a real sound base. Young man that come out of the second division, you know, that one gave up some performance, but she made up for it in just quality and look and balance. You know, not probably, again, not going to be a factor today, but I think she's going to develop into a very nice senior yearling. And then your Division 1 down here, boy, isn't that one good looking. Just super awesome headed. I love the way her neck sits on the top of her shoulder. You know, uniform in that body depth, but still a great shape to her. Great hind leg, super sound. They've accused me of a lot of things in my life. Nobody's ever accused me of being scared. Grand champion.
And your grand champion, Limflex female, comes out of Division 1. Entry 275, Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap, Iowa, with MKLN 1105. And your reserve grand champion Limflex female is entry 419 out of Division 5. Kelton Arthur from Stillwater, Oklahoma with LJRJ CSVM Miss Jalera. Okay. Third overall is entry 420, Ben Spencer from Gibbon, Nebraska with DL Jezebel. Fourth overall Limflex female comes out of Division 4, entry 361. Michaela Jo Massey from London, Kentucky with Ratliff Jailbreak. And fifth overall Limflex female comes out of Division 3, Skylar Ward from New Paris, Ohio with SHSK Julia. And that wraps up our Limflex show. Let's give a hand